Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Definitely. Good afternoon, all the viewers. Listening and watching the number one program and YouTube. I've been watching some of the videos too. Very interested and informative, and stuff that you have to think. Allows gives you an opportunity to think. So I'm happy to be here.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, man, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. How is everybody doing? So the comment section is up and running already. Yeah, man, we appreciate you being here. You know what I mean? And definitely, we're up for a great night, right? The big man is up and running. Just waiting on him to, All right. So, welcome everybody to the Coach's Desk Weekend TripleTreat. This is the second night of the Weekend TripleTreat, and we have the man Miguel Coley in the background. But Sir Coley, just wait a few seconds. Let me clear up some preliminaries so that we can get you in right away. People, tell your friend to tell your friend. Yeah, man, that Coach's Desk is here, and we have an astute coach in Miguel Coley. Yeah, man, the boss is here. People, just waiting a few seconds just to welcome everybody. Those on Facebook, welcome to you. All the Coaches Desk family, big up yourself. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you, and we are definitely hoping to have a wonderful time with the man Miguel Coley. Please remember, people, if you have your questions, get your questions up and running, because I know that you have some questions for the coach. We'll definitely ask him some of the questions that we believe that you'd want him to answer as well. You know, we're in a very festive World Cup qualifying period, and definitely, of course, you know the drill, people. In order to sanitize, you have to ensure that you like the stream. That's you taking your temperature and sanitizing. Like up the stream, and definitely, that's, of course, is the golden rule. Yeah? So we're going to get the man Miguel Coley online right now so we can kickstart this great evening. So here we go. Sir Miguel Coley.
Hello. Good afternoon to you and your viewers. It's a pleasure being here.
Yeah, man, and we definitely welcome you again to Coaches Desk. The last time you came in,
Definitely. Good afternoon, all the viewers. Listening and watching the number one program and YouTube. I've been watching some of the videos too. Very interested and informative, and stuff that you have to think, gives you an opportunity to think. So I'm happy to be here.
All right, so coach, the last time you came, you said that, you know.
I have
So
to
we
be
just
careful what I said
a
because
little reminder.
it's being
Yeah.
recorded.
Huh?
I have to be careful what I say because you can draw back for it anytime. Yeah?
No man, that was a free ad that you gave us.
No man, no problem, coach.
Yeah, man, really appreciate it. Firstly, let me Shutter here, one of our members. He's giving you a shout out there. Respect Shutter for the super chat. All right, coach. How's everything, man?
Everything is okay. You know, still on the double.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to, you know, learn as much as possible. You know, trying to be that sponge in the world of football, which is very, very important.
So what's happening down there in the desert? How is your team going and all of these things?
Well,
Tell the viewers and subscribers what's happening.
Yeah, so far, we have started slowly. We have been drawing a lot of games. So far, we have drawn 4 games and we have lost 2 games also. But in the latter part, we have been, you know, we have been doing very well. We have been having some clean sheets. The last 2 games we had 2 clean sheets, so that is very, very important. Last year we came. Our responsibility was to save the team from relegation. We did that. So as a result of that, we had gotten a 2-year contract. To rebuild the team, normally it's a team that, you know, many years have been in the top 5, top 7, but for last maybe 3 to 4 years, have been battling relegation. So, you know, we have a lot of young players, and hopefully we can build a structure here. So maybe in the next 2 years we can compete for the top 4 position or compete for the title.
Well, tell the viewers who want to know the name of the team.
The name of the team is Alcor Football Club.
All right, so Alcor Football Club, and you know, you have been away for quite a number of years now. Could you just give us a little synopsis of some of the stuff that you would have learned over there, quote unquote, internationally?
Well, the first thing is respect. To be honest, it's not a matter of learning to. It's about you know, every day you're reminded how important it is to you know, to respect others, to respect your job, to respect the players, which is very, very important, because at the end of the day, don't regardless of how great you are as a coach, the players are, you know, are the persons who will win the games for you and for the club. So you have to learn how to respect person as much as possible. Also, you'd have learned how different players from different ethnicity, different background, different culture, different language, how they operate, how to deal with them. Something that may be okay for maybe you're speaking to a Jamaican, but maybe for somebody different, different country, you have to deal with them differently. So most importantly, what I've learned is that and as I said, it's not even just about learning, but, you know, reminded that first of all, you know, it's a player. You're dealing with the player, not you're dealing with the person. Sorry, and not just a player. So first, you have to understand the person as much as possible, and from that aspect, you know, you grow you grow a relationship, you grow a rapport, and from there you can, you know, instill whatever tactic, whatever discipline, like that going forward.
Okay, cool. And you know, the $1 million question we don't want to ask, and I'm certain the fans will want to know that. What sort of coaching qualification have you attained since being out of the country?
Well, before I left, well, so far I have an Asian license, A license. In January, I was supposed to start the Asian Pro license in September, but, you know, due to the COVID, the group that were supposed to start before just started in September, so I'm supposed to start in January. Also in 2017, I did a UFOB equivalent in Spain. So I studied in Madrid, which was a collaboration between Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid, which we had to be going training sessions at Atletico Madrid and Real Madrid. So it was a very, very interesting course. Um, and my qualification in terms of in Jamaica, I've done some courses in the Caribbean, and I've had a lot of experience in terms of working with the Reggae Boyz. I've coached in two Copa America. I've coached in World Cup qualifiers, the Gold Cup, and I've coached experience in terms of coaching in the Super League, bringing a team from Super League to the Premier League. I've coached in the schoolboy football at different levels, the under 14, under 16, Manning Cup, at different schools as head coach and assistant. And I said my experience because experience is very, very valid in terms of qualification. Once you may have the documents, yes, which is very, very important. But the day-to-day match, you learn much, much more as a coach. By being head coach, being assistant coach, supervising games, the day-to-day training. Because what's important also is that good players makes good coaches, and that you will find a coach who coaches better players many times you see it getting top teams, because our management trusts him much more to deal with players with such ability, because not many coaches can coach players with top abilities, because you have to really take away your ego and and understand that, hey, it's about the player. Yes, it's about your tactic and everything like that, but you have to learn to manage them, and first you have to manage yourself, manage your ego, and understand the game model of the club as much as possible, and having that relationship with management, which is so very important, like managing even the dealing with also the players.
All right. So you made mention of the UEFA B license that you'd have attained, and you're in the process of doing the Asian Pro license. What's the what would that be equivalent to? And would that allow you to coach like national teams?
Yeah, definitely. I can coach national teams. I can coach within. All right. What happened is that within I can coach in Spain. All right. I can coach in Spain with this qualification. With the UFOB may not allow me to coach maybe in Germany.
Okay.
May not allow. For example, you will find like a coach. I forgot the name of he's a Mexican. Um, I forget the name of the club in the league, in League One in La Liga in Spain. What he had to do was that the club wanted him. So although he had good qualification from Mexico, but because he didn't have the UEFA license, uh,
Okay.
they allowed him to coach, but he had to be doing the UEFA while he's coaching. Um,
Okay.
so things like that, because when it comes to the UEFA, it's very difficult as coaches from outside to be a part of UEFA coaching courses, because for many you have to be coaching within a country maybe 8 months, coaching a club also. So there are a lot of different rules to get in. Um, it's very, very difficult, because even though I am doing my license now in England, and to get in, it was very, very difficult, very,
Okay.
very difficult. So I'm in the process of doing I pass a few steps. I won't get into where I'm at this particular time, but I've done as much all of the online courses. So it's for them to tell me maybe a week or 2 weeks as I'm supposed to go to England. But
Okay.
when it comes to UEFA, it is very difficult. But I can coach all national team within Asia. I can coach all national team within CONCACAF, sorry. But in terms of Europe, it can be a little bit difficult based on their rules.
Okay.
Based on their rules.
Okay. Good. I heard you mention that a good, like I'm not certain if I heard correctly. You're saying like a good player will always make normally make a good coach. That's what you make.
Yeah, good players make good coaches.
Mm-hmm. But okay, all right. We'll probably get back down to that later on. But in terms of the syllabus or the curriculum, what sort of difference is it from what you'd have done in Jamaica in terms of the qualification that you had in Jamaica? What's the level?
Okay, for example, you look at it first of all it demands a lot more reading. It's a lot more content. You have a lot more situation that you have to deal with. Also it has to do with, as different levels, you have to do with more principles.
Mm-hmm.
So you like for maybe you do a level one, you probably do a lot the defense, all defensive principles, the attacking principles. How do you apply it to the game itself? Maybe you go to another level, you're looking at analysis, game analysis and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Plus you're looking at a club structure, especially
Right.
in the UFB. um how the different person operate within the club. You have to be going to games, different games, assessing them, outlining the different personnel within the club. And maybe you go for like 3 weeks, or maybe a month, you stop. Maybe next 6 months or next 3 months, you go again. So it's different steps, and it takes a while. For example, in the age, maybe from Asian B to A, they
Mm-hmm.
may ask you to, like, 1 year. You cannot move another step until maybe 1 year. Within the JFF, many times you can. I think you finish you can finish from level one to level two in maybe, based on when the courses are available. Not necessarily that you go and get some experience and then come back and do another level. So those things are some of the difference, and you have definitely a very um, a compact syllabus
Right.
with the sciences. Yes, definitely the JFF coaching course has the sciences too, but also, the courses are more renowned in terms of, for example, the Asian, you can go anywhere in Asia to use. But
Right.
the JFF
Right.
coaching
Mm-hmm.
course, you go to Barbados, they may ask you, hey, what is this? You understand?
All right. Cool. Man, that's pretty useful information. But one thing I want to get into, because this question pop up and I don't want to forget it. There has been a lot of divide in terms of formation, system of play, and how the players actually play the role. Um, do you have a system and you bring the type of players into the system? I want you to explain that to us, coach.
Um, a lo- many coaches will have their system.
Mm-hmm.
Many coaches have a part of their system that they love. Um, Maybe easier to coach for them, and it underpins a lot of principles within their philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
However, it is important as a coach that you're very flexible, and as a coach, you understand. You build a game model surrounding the club. I can use my experience. My first year here, I was in Estegal. Estegal is a club in which they it's for trophy. They want to win trophies.
Right.
Yeah. So you want to build a game model with, yes, you have a balance between the attacking and the defensive principle, but you take much more risk in terms of attacking. You want to play a more free flowing game in terms of attacking and winning games. All right. Now, for example, when we come here in Alcor, which is a club who is building. So what happens is that we may depend a lot on the counter attack. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe we have more players behind. So we may go for a more defensive system, to keep result, to play more compact behind, having, as I said, more numbers behind, because they don't have maybe the highest level of player who will transition as quickly as possible to back into defense. So many times you want to keep more players behind. So your system as a coach, yes, you may have a particular system that underpins many of your principles, but it's very, very important that you make a game model based on the club or the team that you have. So it is. Many coaches around the world, when you see they travel, okay, they're gonna play 4-3-3, regardless of whichever team they go, and you will find a lot of coaches they're in and out of a job because they're sticking to their principles. They don't care whichever team they will not adjust. You understand? Now, in professional football, you may sign a contract with a club, and the club promise you that, look here, we're gonna get these players for you. You understand? So that's another aspect we have to look at.
Okay.
Football, you sign a contract. We don't have the players, but the club said, look, we're gonna have these players for you because this is the system that you play. When they interview you, they said, hey, what system you come here to play? You said this, and it's okay. All right, we'll back you, coach. We'll give you the players. So you find like a Marino who wanted to play a particular system, maybe at a Man United. They promised him, look, we're gonna get these players for you. But when it happened, at the end of the day, they didn't bring those players for him. You understand? So maybe he wanted to stick to his principles, and he don't want to change. So I won't say, look, you do this, you do that. For me, I based on my experience, I look at the players that I have as much as possible, and trying to build a system that suits them. That is my way of coaching.
Okay.
But if I should look at JC, in 2015, our system has always been 4-2-3-1, 4-3-3. You understand? We normally play the system, but at some point we were playing 3-5-2 in 2015, and we experiment with the 3-5-2 based on the fact that we had more strikers within the team, more players in the central role as strikers, and we wanted to give them opportunity. But we, by playing and realizing, look, it is best for us to go with maybe back to the 4-3-3 and allow those strikers to compete for the position, and trying to maybe use one of the strikers as a number 10 or as a winger, things like this. So yeah.
So coach, essentially you're saying that you have a particular system, but you are one that is flexible. Like the in-game management, depending on what you're facing at the time, you work out that sort of system to basically go against what the opponent is bringing. That's what you're saying?
I was looking at it on more than just the opponent, more than just counterplaying the opponent, but having that, because it's in football, it is not easy to be changing every single time, changing your system every time to play against a team, because players are, regardless of how good or great the players you have, you cannot be changing. Maybe you tweak one or two things, but to change our overall system, because I can play 4-2-3-1, and then I can transition into a back five using the same system, but the role is a little bit different. So when it comes to system and role, you can do so much things in terms of the role you give the player, and still have the same system. And it's very, very important that when it comes to players, you have a game maybe every 4 weeks, every 4 days, and you keep on changing a system. You back five, a back four. The players become confused, because if you want consistent result, you want to have a consistent team, you want to have a consistent system also. But what you can change is maybe the roles of the players within a particular system.
Yeah.
So that is very, very important. So the system can be the same, but the role in which you give the players is something that you can tweak. But because players, football players are very, very sensitive. Once maybe they don't have a good game, they don't have a good result, They blame the shoes, they blame the socks, they blame the system, they blame, oh, we changed this, oh, we sleep in the hotel, every single thing. The more sensitive persons on earth are, our footballers, because because I play the
Oh,
game too, so I understand a little bit.
oh, so that's the reason why they tend to be so, like I said, touchy or sensitive, because when
No,
especially programs like us, these criticize them.
no, because it is heavily dependent on what they do many times. Is heavily dependent on their confidence, and
Mm-hmm.
confidence is something that I normally have like a 80-20 rule. A player who is seen as very very confident, 90%, like very. I mean, it's hard to measure, but he's like overly confident. Many
Mm-hmm.
times when they're easily to be you know at rock bottom if not managed properly. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So they're up here. They're easy to maybe they have a 10% gap threshold in a sense, um, and so you have to be very very careful with those players. And you
Mm-hmm.
know many players we are superstitious. When I put on my player hat because I play a little bit, they're very
Mm-hmm.
superstitious about every single thing because your confidence. You lose your confidence. Um, you can lose you lose your performance in a sense.
Right. All right, coach. You have been over in UAE for quite some time now, and you have basically gathered a lot of experience coaching at the club level. And you had a little stint as a national coach. I want you to tell us the difference, though, in terms of roles and functions, because if there's any particular difference, and even preparation.
No, national team, it's very very difficult, very difficult. A coach will tell you they prefer to be in the field every single day, because what happened in the club you have more time to prepare. The team you have pre-seasons. When it comes to the national team, sometimes you don't know. You're happy when all the players that you want turn up because some players get injured at their club. Some players playing in different position at the club. So you have to be, sometimes very fortunate to have everybody that you need, and then you have
Mhm.
what 3 days, maybe 4 days to prepare players. Plus, the first day that they come in is very light work. It's just letting them feel comfortable, getting them foot on the grass, very light work. I mean, probably by the second day, you're looking at getting some intensity in the training. The third day, maybe some tactic. So it's not a lot that you think you can do as a coach when it comes to national. So it's very important for you when you have tournaments. Tournaments is that time that allow you to really build the team, to build your system within the team as much as possible. So the off games, are very very difficult, but you're happy when you have the players maybe for a 3 weeks period, so you can work with them. But the one-off games are very difficult. You have to have everything on point, every single thing on point. Your analyst has to be on point. Your goalkeeper coach, your assistant coach, everybody has to be locked in. Whenever it is a international game because it's very very small margins.
And at the club level now, you tend to
And
put in more work in terms of preparation. You can tweak things. You can work on weaknesses, strengths.
definitely, and you have so much control, even in terms of what they eat. So much control in terms of every single thing. They you have contact with equipment manager, the massage therapist, who you will get information here and there in terms of what the players when they come in for international game. It's not easy. It's not easy, but if you have a consistent team over a period of time, it becomes much, much, much more easier.
Okay. With these crop of players that would have had in the national team, you believe that we have been managing them appropriately in terms of or we select players and all of these things?
Um, I can't tell you yes or no, because what I see now within the national team, you have so many different players who are performing. I think we are top heavy. First of all, we're top heavy.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many strikers playing very well in their different clubs. They're coming from different system too. Some playing maybe as a second, as playing with two strikers. Some playing as a winger. Um, Not having much time to prepare them within the national system is not very easy. Not very easy in terms of selecting. What is important though is that you have to sit down with the analysts and look who is best in terms of in terms of our when I say our Jamaica, the
Mm-hmm.
game model of the team, in terms of the defensive aspect, how maybe this player is better because we want to counter attack. So you have to really sit down and really select, regardless of some players maybe doing well in their club, maybe they're not the right fit for the national for the national team at this point in time.
But that's a question I wanted to ask, coach. In terms of, you have some players doing extremely well at the club level. Take for example Mikel Antonio, Bobby Reed. These players have been Bobby Reed doing well in the championship, and Antonio doing well at the Premier League level. What would have been the factors that would have affected these players in lighting up a CONCACAF tournament?
First of all, when it comes to Mikel Antonio, he's a player that needs, when you watch, he needs a lot of supply. So we would have to have a system in which we getting ball inside of the box, getting ball into the box as much as possible. That is where he is much more threatening. When it comes to a Bobby Reed, I think he is more flexible in terms of our system because he's a wing player. Um, but with a Mikel Antonio, you would have to, because when you some games that we watch, there's the striker may not make a lot of touches in the final third or in the 18. With a Mikel Antonio, you would have to change your game model in which the striker is getting more touches in the final third. So that is something that we'd have to change. You'd have to have more cross balls. So you may have maybe not so much inverted wingers, or if you have inverted wingers, you would look at getting a lot of overlaps from your wing back
Mm-hmm.
as much as possible. So to facilitate a player like a Mikel Antonio. But if we're gonna look at him probably doing one versus two and those things, to create a lot on his own, it is um when you look at him, West Ham, it's ball getting inside of the box and he finding getting in the right space, and using his instinct to create the goals. Not so much him turning and taking on one, two, three players. And at the same time, you'd want to have more support, permanent support, and more active, um, active support for him when he has the ball, because he's going to keep the ball, but at the end of the day, he wants that midfielder coming in quickly to him to give him that support. So maybe the ball going out wide. So you'd have to change a few things to facilitate him. With a Bobby Reed, you see that he can drop behind the striker. I saw him in the Gold Cup. He was very good for us in the Gold Cup, and you saw that he can play as a winger also. So I think he's more flexible in terms of with the system that we have. But Mikel Antonio, we definitely have to give him, in terms of when we attack. You want to have players supporting him as quickly as possible.
So coach, are you saying that if for example your team all core, whenever you're getting players, say for example you're hired which you are now, and the management said that they're going to get some players to fit your system. Do you actually build a system around a particular player? Do you believe that that is the best thing to do, or the player has to fit in the system that you currently have?
It's yes, you can, as a coach, you can say, look, the player has to fit in within the system that you have. But sometimes it is more difficult for the player to fit in the system that you have. You understand? Sometimes, if you have a player, like you have a person who can score maybe 20 goals, and I will use maybe a hurricane. The coach, Nuno, he may have a system, but it's not facilitating for a hurricane, and you will find that what happened. At the end of the day, the player going to win the games. So as a coach, you have to be much more flexible to facilitate for your top goal scorer, because that is the person that's going to put the ball in the back of the net. So we can't get carried away. Okay, I have this system, but if I can have a top goal scorer who can put the ball in the back of the net, then I have to change in terms of to facilitate that player, because in world football nowadays, the most important player is a striker. And you want to build a system that will facilitate your striker getting into goal scoring position as much as possible, getting touches in the final third. So, and from there, you build your team. You build a team. So for me, definitely, yes, I have a system, but I have to be very adaptable to whenever I have a very good striker.
Okay. All right. There's a question that coming from one of our members there. He said, I saw 2 Tyreek Maggies in the Costa Rica game. Okay in the first half, but exceptional in the second. Do you think he needs to play with more aggression, since you would have been very familiar with this sort of player?
Definitely. If you'd want him to play with more aggression, and but you see, we cannot go on a computer. We cannot go on a computer and build a player. You understand? You also, as spectators and as fans, we have to understand that we have different type of player. Like a Maggie, yes, you want him to be much more aggressive, but maybe with this aggressivity, he lose maybe the gift what he has as a player. You understand? What you want from a Tyreek Maggie most, when I had him was to, and when I had him was to more block the spaces, as much as possible, to be blocking the spaces much as possible.
So you basically give him a role, rather than, because you know the type of player that he is, rather than not playing.
Yeah, because all right, for example, at Jamaica College, we had him as number 10 when we had strong 2 strong midfielders behind. And also when we had a goal scorer. In his last year, we played him more as a inverted winger, because we didn't have a goal scorer. He was a player who we wanted on top of the box, so we played him as an inverted winger. And then secondly, we didn't have 2 strong central midfielders who could play behind him, so we had to use a much more robust midfield. But we could facilitate his movements in terms of playing winger. We could cover him as much as possible, playing in this position. And I think he was the leading goal scorer for us. I think he scored about 14 goals that year. So I won't say is no cover in terms of a player to say, boy, yeah, he must. Of course, you want him to work much more off the ball. Definitely, it's something that we have always tried to work with him in terms of doing much more work off the football. Because once he does this, he can be an elite player, a top player. But importantly, is for him as a player to be blocking certain spaces on the football field, to not allowing the team to penetrate with ball, trying to push the team to the side. So as a team we can press more. But not allowing that team to, to break the lines through him from, from different sides. So it's, but you won't have the 1v1 duels. If you watch him over the years, the 1v1 duels, you won't have him going into 5 duels and winning 4. But you encourage him to not to win the ball, but maybe you have a system that when he maybe try to touch the ball may go into space so the other players can win the ball. So it's based on what you give him, how you use him as much as possible. But yes, at the international level with the Jamaican team playing in the midfield, based on the game model of the team, once they play with a number 10, you need much more. Based on how we play as a team, you'd want him to do much more work within this particular team. With maybe another team, he can do less, but for the game model that the coach wants from all his midfielders, he would have to do much more work to be more efficient within the midfield of the present Jamaican team now. But as I said, maybe another coach have him. He can, based on what he puts around him, he can be the player that he is now.
All right, coach. Well said. We've been having an influx of British-born Jamaicans. Do you believe that is a road that we should go? Given the fact that, well, in recent past, in the 98, they were the ones who would have assisted us in, a combined team would have assisted us in going to the World Cup. Do you believe that the influx of British player is a good thing for the Reggae Boyz?
I think you need a balance, because they're Jamaicans. At the end of the day, they're Jamaicans. And if you have, and let me, for example, let's imagine we had very fast British athletes who wanted to participate for Jamaica at the Olympics. You would be having the best times. So regardless of the person is a British from England, English born, you would have the best time going to the Olympics. You understand? That may be a little bit off, but what we really need is definitely a balance, because to every coach in the world, they're looking for the best players as much as possible.
Right.
As a coach, also, you have to facilitate for your country the development of the players within your country, because the euphoria of the fans within your country is very, very important in propelling your team to win anything, or even to go into the World Cup, because the fans are so much important for us as going to the World Cup. So we have to strike a balance in terms of having the British born players and also the Jamaican born players, because how important is football is for in terms of even the economy within our country. Players going out, players getting contract. It is very, very, very important. But striking a balance, I think Rene Simons did that very well. I think he strike a balance. He had a core of players of local players, and at the time, we had players in different positions who were doing very well locally. When he was here, many local talents. And if you notice, even when you had like a Tyrone Marshall, you had not Tyrone Marshall, you had like a Fitzroy Simpson. You had local Jamaican players who had the same qualities, maybe like a Shorty Malcolm, but Shorty Malcolm was put at right back. You understand? So he found different roles to put our best players within his system. But at the same time, he basically strike a balance in terms of the influx of the English players and also of the local talent that we had.
Do you think a balance is being struck now?
If there's a balance being, you see, in the last maybe 3 months, you had there's so many names that popped up. so many different names that popped up. I would have hoped, that these players were brought in earlier. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? To maybe you look at three of the players. You may look at a different set. Now is a little bit, as I said, is you have to really watch them as much as possible and see which players really fit into, based on the amount of numbers. And a lot of them are strikers. You have the Gray, you have the Mikel Antonio, you have the Low, you have the Bobby Reed. And when you check their position, a lot of them are strikers. You can play with 10 strikers, you understand. But when you look at the team, I think there's a balance. The balance has been the balance is there. You have a Kemar at left back. You have the Albas at right back. You have a Low, and also sometimes you have maybe a Pinnock. In midfield you have now you have Grant, which I'm happy for. And beside you may have a Jamaican player. You had a Roof. In front you have say Shamar. You have maybe a Junior Fleming. So I think when you look on the team, the last team, it was like a 50-50. Even
Mm-hmm.
on the bench too, you have. So I think as much as possible, a balance has been um, struck. Sorry, but I'm very concerned the timing of the influx of all these players.
Mm-hmm.
And it for me, I don't know the discussion that we're going on. I don't know this discussion, but it's very, very important that we have one vision for the program, because sometimes we're not short of a vision, but we have so many visions that will cause division. You
Mm-hmm.
understand?
Right,
So
right.
we have to be very, very careful. So I think the coach now will struggle, because of struggle a bit in terms of his selection, when you have so many different players who are so similar to you know or very, very, very similar, and are, as I said, doing well, week in, week out
Mm-hmm.
within their club. But let's see what happens.
But as someone who is very experienced in team analysis, right? How would you set up that when I say team analysis, I mean match analysis. Sorry.
Hmm.
How would you set up with the current players? How would you set up this team? Whether you're talking about formation, whether you're talking about striking the balance, because one of the things that is floating around in a coach is that even though you want to strike a balance, but if a player isn't good enough, would
Hmm.
you still use him because you want to strike a balance,
No, 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 no,
or
no.
you want to use the best possible players out there?
No, you want to use. I mean, the question was that if there's a balance, and when you look at the last game, you could see that there's a balance. You understand? Based on what the team that played in terms of the last game, you could see that there was a balance. Okay, but
Mm-hmm.
you want your best team out there every single day. You want to play your best team out there, as much as possible. In terms of how do you set up the team in terms of a system,
Mm-hmm.
um I think what is more important to me with our Jamaican team now is how we transition, regardless of whatever system that we play.
Right.
Transition is the most important thing as
Mm-hmm.
for us right now, in terms of we have to find a way in terms of we can allow our team to transition better to attack and better to defense. Um, when we get that, when we have that going, we're gonna be a team to reckon with. Um, we also need the personnel. Where I think we're developing a different personnel within the midfield, because before I think we have very similar midfielders. Safe players. And also we didn't have a lot of ball winners inside of the midfield. So once
Mm-hmm.
we can get the different players inside of the midfield playing maybe some of the time in different heights too, which is very, very important. You know, when you set up a team, sometimes you have them playing in different heights. They have different roles. The last couple of matches, I see many players you know, doing things that are good in terms of developing a strong team. But regardless of the system, what is important is transition. Um, and you know, let's see, we need players supporting the striker as much as possible. You see that space when you watch the USA game, that space in front of the two number 6 or the 6 and the 8. A lot of teams are dominating that space, and we have to find a way in terms of how to how to protect that space as much as possible, or getting players filling that space as much as possible, because you know what that is very, very critical in terms of us as a team. But transition.
I want you to elaborate a little on the transition, because for me looking on, I think we're having a grave issue there in terms of transitioning from defense to midfield to attack. What do you believe, with your match analysis skills, what do you believe would have caused this team to bypass the whole transition and just go long? Is it just a style of play of the coach, or the personnel that we have aren't able to go through that transition?
Well, what I see many times is that we're not having support, very quick support. We're not occupying the right spaces very quickly to give that support. And also the players have to trust themselves that they can play the ball to break the lines. Maybe making a 20 yards pass from the defense, you know, on the ground, breaking the lines. However, what I would love to see is that many times when a team presses us, you know, sometimes we have to have that midfielder dropping inside to create a back three, dropping inside between the two center backs, sometimes dropping on the side, so that we can create more overloads on the sides. You know, because many teams, when they press us, they just close the middle, and you know, it is very, very difficult. So you want to see many times the midfielder dropping between the two center back, or dropping on the side, creating some overload, allowing the wing back time to go up. So maybe, and then at the same time, when we can make that pass to the striker, he has good support to, you know, to return the pass, and then, you know, we can play to the third man. So I think once we can develop more third man, you know, more, you know, double pass and more third man play, I think we can improve as a team, you know, as a team. But you know, the midfielders has to be very, very a little bit more clever, getting to in as I said, dropping between, finding the spaces as quickly as possible, and supporting have more support play in terms of you know, the system. Also the wingers, when you look, you have many times the wingers, you know, very wide. You know, sometimes, you know, they have to come back, they have to drop in, allowing the wing backs to go up. You know, but you find, you know, a very rigid right back and left back. You know, you don't find them going up on the wingers, taking those half spaces. So you know, those things will help. You know, once
the
you
transition.
will help the transition. You know, getting, and you see transition without what's this, let me say, without occupying right spaces, you know, it's very difficult to transition, even to attack and even to defense, because if you're too far from, you know, the player when they lose the ball, then, you know, you can't gegen press. You understand? You cannot counter press. So, you know, getting the players in the right, you know, more possessional play, I think is the word that we have to have, you know, better possessional play. So, you know,
because that's one of our Achilles heels, you know, coach. When I look at the statistics for the last possible, say, 8 games, they're probably one match or so where we would have had 50% possession. That is a thing that is killing us. Or is it something that we're looking into deeply, because we won a game with 37% possession? So is it something that we are looking deeply into, or is it something that can work? You don't have to have possession to win. Because one thing I know, coach, is that when you have the possession of the football, you actually it enables you to pull the opponents outside of their position, so you can exploit those areas. So is it a case where it will work for us, being that we are playing against a particular opponent, or has it been hurting us going forward, or will it hurt us going forward?
No, I think you have to the balance in terms of possession and progression is very, very important. I am more concerned with the progression. You know, we can play a game with 41% at the ball, but it's what we do with the ball. Even for example, we go long. What I'm not seeing, because when you watch Liverpool from they will play the ball, yes, but they have one key pass from the defender to Salah. Yeah, from what's his name, the tall defender from
Van Dijk.
from Van
Van
Dijk.
Dijk.
Yeah, from him to a long ball to But what is important is what the midfield does. They're going for the second ball together. They're
Okay.
going for that second ball. You understand? When we play the long ball, what happened was that many times the team win the first ball, or maybe we win the first ball, but they are winning the second ball.
Right.
So whichever so you know, I don't overly want to to play in the long ball, but when you do play the long ball, because let's be honest, many teams they come very good in terms of pressing you. You cannot play short and lose the ball. You know, you cannot be playing tack and losing the football. You understand? Especially with not being in a training camp for a long period of time. So many times the long ball, yeah, we have a big striker, he keeps the ball. But very important is that we closing behind. We're supporting based on our movements for this long ball, so we can win the second ball and then we can play. You understand? So that is more important. In terms of possession, yeah, you want your national team, or yeah, you want to keep possession. Yeah, you want them to keep possession. But more important, you want them winning games. That's the most important thing. You really want them to win games. You have 60% possession, and you don't win game. What that is for me. It's nothing at all. I watched Liverpool and Man City, and the second half. Man City is not a Man City playing 10 passes here. They're going for the goal. They're playing more, they're playing quicker, they're playing more medium passes, they're playing more long ball, they're switching to play quicker. You understand? This is what you want our team to be doing. Maybe playing the ball at a higher game speed, switching the ball much more from side to side. But in terms of to play like a Barcelona, is when you have all those players to play a system like that. But for us, yeah, I am more concerned with the progression. How are we progressing when we get balls out? Do we have enough players inside of the box to create more chances? Because now we find that many times we may not have enough players finishing inside of the box. Our actions, we're not finished our actions with more players inside of the box. So that is more concerned to me. But Mourinho will tell you, give the team the ball, give them the ball, let them keep the ball. Let them keep the ball. Yeah, but yes, we want to keep the ball much more, but we want to create actions and evolutions that will get more players inside of the box, getting players you know you know in positions without without stopping the ball, because many times we find we stop the ball and looking for that pass. We have to reach a level in which we know the player, we know Alvas is going, we know Kemar Lawrence is there, the wingers coming, we know Kemar Lawrence is creating overlap. We need to get more of his crosses inside of the box, because you find that he has very good crosses inside the box. How can we get him higher up the pitch? Those are some of the things are more concerning to me, more than having 60% of the ball.
I heard you made mention earlier about Anthony Grant is a player that you like. you believe that he is helping this team and will continue to help this team progress?
I think just look at I love to use stats when he plays. We do much better, especially defensively. We do much better defensively. I think he's a player who give us a little more solid, give us more free other players to play much more as midfielders when he's there, because he covers a lot of space, and he keeps the ball. He keeps the ball. He's more patient with the ball. He's not going to be giving away the ball, and you find that he will attract the players, and then making that pass in the space that the player is coming from. Because sometimes you have players who just pass. Sometimes they pass too quickly.
Coach, we're not, coach. You're not coming too clearly at all.
Is a midfielder who pass in the right time. Maybe I try the player then making the pass, but maybe sometimes you play to this player, but you cannot go forward because you don't attract player. Attract the player, then you can play. So I hope he continues to do very well. But I know many teams now will be looking at how they can close him down. I've seen a game in which he shields a lot, which can be very, very dangerous. For as midfielder.
Sir Coley, Sir Coley. We're not hearing you clearly now. Like your connection is getting very bad. Yeah, we're not hearing you.
I don't know. Maybe you don't pay a bill, man.
Well, I'm not doing. No, we're hearing you, but we're getting a different voice. One time it speeds up, then it slows down, and like when somebody's hoarse. Right, I'm hearing you now. Yes.
Oh.
Check.
Yeah, so I said, Anthony, based on the statistic, he has been helping. He has helped the team. I think they have a lot of confidence in him. I've watched games in which he tend to he protect the ball very well, but sometimes shielding inside of the midfield can be very, very dangerous. So I'm looking going forward. I know that now, a team watch Jamaica team with him 1-2 time, they will be looking at strategies in terms of closing him down much more. How he adapts to this is very, very, very important. I would want him to be turning, finding, as I said, dropping more between the two centre back. Getting in position where he can end the build up play by him, turning and looking forward so that he can play those decisive key passes, especially to the striker. Because for me, I love midfielders who can play passes to the striker. You go anywhere in the world, you can find a midfielder who he can play to the right back, he can play to the left back, he can maybe switch the ball. But the midfielder that coaches want is those midfielder who can break the lines. And I'm looking forward for him to that much more going forward. But also we have to be proactive in terms of knowing that teams now will be finding ways to close him down, since he's maybe a safe player for us inside of the midfield.
Okay, cool. All right, coach. You know what I wanted to do now for us? You're a very astute coach, So here's what I want you to do. I want you to select your formation and your best. You sound like you know the players then, based on the names that you're calling. So you're following what is happening. So I want you to. I'm gonna pull up a screen for you to tell me your starting 11, and I'll put them in the position that you want. Plus, you tell me your formation. There it is on the screen.
To be honest with you, you see, if I was just a fan, I would really jump in and select my starting team, But based on I I'm gonna leave the field blank. I see you have what, a 4-4-2 already. So I
And
see you have I
you
see you have a
sound like
back four.
you sound like you prefer this formation, you know. Four
What,
two no, what is it? 4-4-2-3-1.
no, you see, we have to the job. I mean, look, where we're conceding goals are things that we have to look at. Excuse me, please. In terms of selecting the team, I choose not to select the team. What I want to even to speak about is just that you find that a lot of teams we're giving up too many crosses, too many
Mm-hmm.
cross balls. Um, in the last game, I don't watch it. I don't really watch it to see. But before, we have been giving too many cross balls, and you find that teams are scoring, especially between the center back and the wing backs. Um, Also, in terms of, we have to have a system in which we have players who can protect the wing, help to support the wing backs, not only the wingers, because if we have very good wingers, many times it's very difficult for them to be coming, straight back as far back to the um in line with the wing back. We need some the midfielders also helping the wingers, especially in the one, not allowing too many 1v1 with our wing backs. Once we can do that, create a system that will enable the wing backs to get much more support, so that they can go in attack, and they can transition, knowing that they have midfielders supporting them. Then I think that it will be a plus for us. But in terms of going to a system tomorrow, I'm gonna see, and maybe on Instagram, this is the team, blah blah blah, and you know uh, is
so
is
so,
this the
so
is
coach,
better
you,
not?
you're running away from that question because you think people are going to say this is what Miguel Coley is saying that
Yeah,
Jamaica should play.
yeah, and
Uh,
yeah, you see, now is the time in which we have to really support the coach as much as possible.
mm-hmm,
Yeah, as much as possible, because we cannot. Football is football is the player and the fans. You understand? And we, especially the coaches, we have to start creating a euphoria around the team.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
um that when people start talk about the players, especially in a positive way,
Yeah.
you don't know how important it is for their confidence and the confidence of the team, and that's what we want, the players being more confident. You know that muscles don't work when it's overly tense. So the more relaxed players going out there, they know that we believe in them, and every single day is not about them going out there and proving that they can play, but knowing that they're going to go out there and play for the team, play for the coach, which is very, very important. Um, so far, you can realize that the coach hasn't lost the dressing room, and even if he, yeah, hasn't lost the dressing room based on the reports coming out of when I read about the U-turn in the U-turn in the U-turn in Dallas, in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
You know, um, for me, I hope that's the U-turn the team is making, because that after this we got what, 4 points. I
Mm-hmm.
hope is a U-turn in terms of our performance also. But the players didn't want to go back on the bus, but as soon as the coach spoke, they went on. So they still the coach is still in control of the even if he was not at the time,
Mm-hmm.
but that opportunity, um and football is football is fo- football is life. One simple situation can change every single thing. You understand? Because no, is it the fact that when the players are faced with a situation like this, they're saying, "Look here, hey, we're in this together, you know." You understand? And how the coach can use that as as a motivational tool. Say, look, hey, we have to stick together. You know, it's us versus whatever. You understand? And football can change very quickly for the positive and for the negative. And I'm not saying this because we have gotten a win, our first win, but football definitely can change very very quickly. And I believe when I see many teams of I watch Portugal with so many players, so many top players, and they're going through a rough. So many times they go through a rough patch. They go through a rough patch, but the country will say, "Look, hey, all right, we're backing the coach 100%. 100%. We have to support the team. We have to support the team. You understand? But I hope we start getting having the different ingredients. We start having a consistent goal scorer, which is very very important, and also we finding players who can score goals, in from different positions. So these are some of the things that we have to look at and see if these things are happening. A consistent goal scorer, and players, maybe a player from a corner will score a goal, maybe from a free kick will score a goal, maybe Kemar Lawrence scoring a goal from a left back. So these are some of the things, as not just as a football fan, not just looking at, okay, maybe we didn't play very well today, but look at how the team is developing. Okay, good, we have now maybe a player at the number 6, good. Because this was one of my biggest disappointments. We over the maybe 4 years coming into the World Cup, we didn't cement a number 6 player, a player with this particular characteristics for the team going forward, knowing how important it is to have a player, not only one, but maybe 1 and 2 player who can play in that role, which is in world football, that is one of the most important role, but yeah. So I want us, it, and I said, the fans, is their thinking. You have to respect it as much as possible. But the coaches, when we talk about football, and especially coaches who have worked within JFF, the Jamaica Football Federation, would have known that it's not easy. It's not easy. To operate within any national team. Within any national team, there are a lot of different. As I said, you will have different ways, and as a coach, you have to fight in terms of say, look here, this is the way forward. This is what we have to do. It's gonna be my way. You understand? And as countrymen, we have to support as much as possible, because I remember 1998. I think I was like maybe 16, 15. I don't remember. It's not that we were playing great. It's not like we were playing great, but we were creating the different ingredients for success. You understand?
Okay.
You find that a Dean Burton will score a 1 goal, or but you find that in the you start finding you start feeling the team. You start feeling the team as much as possible. We're getting a lot of crosses inside, which was very very important. Having this was very important. So you find a BB Garden, maybe every match, maybe consistently putting 6 crosses. We know that. We know on the right side, if it's Shorty Malcolm, if it's Dean Swell, whoever playing there, Tyrone Marshall, they're going down the flank. They're gonna put in the ball. So we start knowing how we play as a team. We look for a Gregor Messam. That the 1v1, he's gonna be down the flank with the 1v1, him and Bibi taking on 1 and 2 players. And the players trust that the players were going inside the box, because they believe that, hey, a 1v1 with a Bibi Gardner, he's gonna take on the player across, gonna come. You understand? No, many players, when we have a situation like that, players are waiting for the player to overcome the player before he start making that move. So once we start believing the system that we want to play, and having much more trust getting into the position, believing that the ball will come, then we'll have a stronger unit. But the fans now, if I should put on my fan hat, that we may think that now we have so many players doing very well all over the world. No, we have to do much better. You understand? Have to do much better. So that is what the fans are thinking. But as coaches, we know that and we're not. I'm not gonna sit here and say, boy, the coach must not take some of the criticism. A lot of the criticism that is going on. No, definitely he has to take some of the criticism, definitely. But at the same time, we have to support the team as much as possible, because it's not easy to change a national coach, especially during a World Cup
qualifying.
Okay. No, it's not easy. It's not that easy thing. And it's more than person will say, oh, it's about money, and no, it's more than just about the money or anything to pay off a coach or anything. But it's not the most advisable thing to change it. If the coach loses the dressing room, it's much easier, because now the players will say, oh, all right, let's see what this coach come with. Let's go behind this coach. You understand? 100%. But if it's a case in which he's still in control of the dressing room, then it can be very, very, very difficult.
2 questions in one, coach. You and the national coach currently have a communication going on?
No, we don't communicate.
Okay, what about the federation? Any you communicate with anyone in the federation?
Well, no one then.
Okay.
I have co-workers still working in the federation, but I've never had a relationship with Whitmore more basically my family, because we're neighbors. Where Whitmore, where my family is, we're neighbors to Coach Whitmore.
Okay.
But I've never had I've spoken to him, and we have had telephone conversation before, but in terms of touching base like this, no, we don't have any formal relationship like that.
Okay. Someone is asking if you think a player can lose confidence if he's played out of position too often.
That's one of the biggest way for players to lose confidence, playing out of position, because players love to get into a routine. Players really love to get into a routine. They like to be playing where they're comfortable, and sometimes, based on the player's mentality, you have to be very, very careful, because I have a rule that you never give a player an excuse. Because the player will say to you, hey, I'd never played this position before. You understand? So you have to really know the player. His mentality, when you probably play a player out of position. But you will have players who play a position for a club, but for a national team. You find that all over the world. But the mentality of the player is very, very important when you do something like this.
Okay, cool. You might be seeing me smiling, coach, but sometimes it's the comments that I'm looking at that I'm smiling about. All right.
Okay.
Now, another question from Darren Stoner. Big up yourself, Darren Stoner. What's your dream job, Mr. Coley? Is it to coach a national team, or just to stay in the club arena?
I would love to coach a national team. Give you more time to spend with your family. Definitely. But my dream job is to coach Manchester United. That's always my dream job. Yeah, to coach Manchester United. That's always my dream job. But to coach a country, I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that at all.
So if the national team comes up begging right now, would you walk away from that contract over there in Alcor? With Alcor?
If the national team, I won't think about that. I won't think about that at this point in time, to be honest with you. Um, coming to me, it would mean that what has been going on has failed. You understand? And no way at all I'd want the national team at this point in time to fail. It is too important to the country, and maybe we don't see how important the Reggae Boyz doing very well. We don't see how important it is for our team, the Reggae Boyz, to do well at this point in time, based on what is happening in the country in terms of our economy, in terms of our crime rate, in terms of the joblessness within our country. We need something to really to inspire in the country as much as possible, and the football team at this point in time is in a pole position, not based on the performance, but based on what is happening. Until maybe August or June, we're gonna have a world championship. You understand? But now is a World Cup qualification, and the euphoria around a Jamaican team doing very well. It's immense. It's really immense. So from a social a point, from an economical point of view, the Reggae Boyz doing very well now. It is so important to our country.
All right. So another question. Big up yourself, Alex. Thanks for joining. Before you chime in, Alex. Coach, you know that football is not only played on the field, on the pitch. Do you believe that this administration would have placed the team in this dilemma that they are in right now? Separate and apart from the play and all of these things. Do you believe that the off the field issues are affecting the team?
I'm not afraid to answer, but I always love to give my answers a different way. Yeah, I always love to give my answer. I've been a part of the JFF, and I know how important off the field is.
Right.
It is key. Anywhere in the world, when you have the management team giving the coach and the players full support, believe me, it is so important. One thing I can say, that if the Jamaican team goes to the World Cup, our president, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Mike Henry will be building a statue for him in Maypen. You understand? He will be leaving a legacy as maybe the only president who would have gone to a women's World Cup and a male and a male World Cup. You understand? If the Jamaican team goes to the World Cup, all the different the FAs, the different parishes, has the has the ability to develop their parish, based on the fact that all of them, maybe all parishes may be getting at least maybe $1 million if the Jamaican football team goes to the World Cup. So there's so much benefit that can come to the JFF when the Jamaican team goes to the World Cup. You understand? So it's very, very important that everybody pull together, regardless of wherever they should find get the funds from, or to support the team. Everybody pull together, because it is their legacy also. It is them getting an opportunity to bring back money within the JFF to help to pay off the debt that is within the Jamaica Football Federation. And they must see at this point in time, having a team that we have now, that we can select so many different players from, to see it as an investment, as an investment, to to let the Jamaica football, we didn't do very well in terms of how we after going to the World Cup '98, but now to get a second chance, of correcting a lot of things within our country. Once we get to the World Cup, there's always a saying that penny foolish and
Phone wise and penny foolish.
phone wise and penny foolish.
Mm-hmm.
We have to we can let that be us as a federation. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Invest in the team. I was not I felt it when I heard that we didn't have
Power
enough players.
on.
You understand? I feel
Bluetooth
it when we know
mode.
that we don't have enough players for a World Cup qualifiers. That is unacceptable. That is
Device
unacceptable.
paired.
You understand? And at this point in time, we may not have enough sponsors. We know
Mm-hmm.
we don't have enough sponsors. Maybe a sponsor may say, boy, they don't like what is happening in the JFF. But I can tell you, a sponsor is a business person. You understand? Once a team is doing very well and there's euphoria around the football, like or not like, somebody sponsor want to get involved. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? So I mean, I said we have to invest for the team to do very well, and as a result of that, we will attract whatever. It's not the opposite way. Yeah, it's not the opposite way. It's a team that will bring in whatever support from corporate, from whatever support from Jamaica. So we have to put the team at the center. We have to put the team at the center. Create a euphoria around them, and the corporate sponsorship will come in. Will definitely come in. Now we have so many home games. We have a lot of home games, that we have a big chance of winning, are getting points, because we played a lot of games on the road so far, based on the fixture. We play a lot of games on the road,
Mm-hmm.
so we have a lot of home games. We have to put everything in place. We have to now start talking to the government as much as possible. Um, getting persons who are vaccinated inside of the stadium. Those are the things that you want our federation to be fighting for. We cannot be having people vaccinated, and then we have a World Cup qualifiers and we can have people in the stadium. That is scientifically, whatever, Ali, it doesn't make any sense at all. And the JFF, as an association, along with the Ministry of Sports, have to sit down with the Ministry of Health and know that whenever we have, maybe in November, when we have games, we have people in the stadium cheering on the football team. Those are the things that I want to see. Not getting involved in and I'm not saying that they're getting involved. Don't quote me, but not getting
Mm-hmm.
involved in the day-to-day running of selecting players, but having that representation for the team, because believe me, it is unacceptable, and we cannot wait until the 24 hour or the 1 week before the World Cup qualifiers. We know that players, people cannot come in within the stadium. Why are we getting vaccinated then? Why are we getting vaccinated? Why we were getting vaccinated if the no persons who are vaccinated has no privilege? For me, it doesn't make any sense at all. It does not make any sense at all to me. And the GFF, that is the big responsibility. They having people having meeting with the government of Jamaica to have the support. We know how the team perform with support. Jamaica is not a team that yes, they will play, but we know our culture. We are flamboyant people. We love hearing name call. We love somebody shout. You understand? Because it's not easy playing. No team at all. It's not easy. It's a different type of discipline playing in a quiet stadium. It's a different type of discipline that is
Yeah.
required. You understand? And our team needs the support of our government, of the JFF, so that we can have some fans, persons who are vaccinated. I will just say that now. But even you understand, going inside of the stadium and supporting the team, it is unacceptable. What happened the other day against Canada? It can't
Yeah.
happen again. It
And
cannot happen again.
And to add hurt to injury, Canada came in the stadium because I was there with fans. That are the hurtful thing, on a
Well, I saw
no
some person.
movement
I
day.
was wondering if there were some technical staff, some kids,
No, man, they were fans, man. They
some
had
kids
a,
from Canada.
they were occupying a particular section of this at the grandstand,
Oh
and
man,
they
it
were
is.
supporting their team.
Uh, these are some of the things that because Jamaicans ah we we lose our fire. We have a lot of fire when you find that we want to butt up our local colleagues. But when we talk about representation and what is really right, we are very quiet. We're not vocal at all, because this is this is people supposed to be outside of the stadium. People outside of the stadium are march on the stadium, man. And I'm not saying that we need a riot or anything like that, but I mean that is unacceptable. I cannot be vaccinated and I cannot go. What privilege I have
Hmm.
over somebody who's not vaccinated? You understand? There must be some privilege for persons who are vaccinated to, you know, to you know. I think with that, even with that, person will be even more enthused to be vaccinated, and I can
Hmm.
use your platform to say, you know, it's a good idea to be vaccinated. It is your decision, person who are listening. It's your decision, yes, but it's a good idea. I had a friend who was in Bahrain, he's a teacher, Jamaican, and he called me. I sent him a message on Instagram, and he said to me, "Boy, I'm just recovering from COVID, and it was a good thing that he was vaccinated, because you know it was very, very difficult for him. You know,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I would encourage persons to, as I said, it's your choice,
Hmm.
and it's your body, yeah, but it can save a life, because I had even a teacher who, I think, no, it would be like maybe 28, um yeah, who died, young man, he died. you know I won't say he refused to be vaccinated, but I know he wasn't vaccinated. So take the opportunity to be vaccinated.
And
Make, make
please remember, this is not a campaigning that coach is putting on here. He's just
No, 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 it's not.
sharing something with you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, there's
Yeah.
a quick question on the screen there, coach, from Darren. Big up yourself, Darren. Do you have slash travel with a full backroom staff? If so, are these any local based? Can you name them? Does current coach has the experience for the national job? Question.
Our current coach, I mean, he's the most one of the most experienced coaches in CONCACAF. He had stint with he was assistant with to John Barnes, yeah, and before he had stint with the JFL before my time. I can't tell you the year, and then now he has a second stint in terms of experience. He has a lot of experience in terms of coaching at the national level, definitely. And he would have been one of the coaches who have won the Caribbean Cup, and have been at the Gold Cup finals. So statistically, he has a whole lot of experience. You asked, do you travel with a full backroom staff? We travel with definitely with a full backroom staff, because it's very important to player support. Um, so you would have maybe three massage therapists, because how important
Yeah.
that is to recovery, and even just for the ease and the mindset of the players, that you care about them. That is very, very important. I'm not sure how many the JFF has now, but they have been making a big improvement in terms of personnel within the JFF. Now we have an analyst, we have
Hmm.
two assistant coaches. um, I'm not sure how many massage therapists, but when I saw a few of them, so maybe one or two. They have more personnel now too. um, to have more care and best practices for the players. So that is an improvement, and kudos to the JFF for to be going that way. In my time, that was not the case. That time was not the case, but you love to see improvement and in the JFF, and in terms of personnel, they have improved a lot in the last 4 years.
Okay. All right. People, you can put your questions now in the chat for us to throw them at the coach. Alex, welcome. Do you have any question you would like to ask, Alex?
Yes, Miguel Coley, how you doing? Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night.
Gotta ask you a question, right? So, um, your current job, I know you work in the Middle East, right? And
Yes.
how much what's your goal after leaving there? Are you gonna work in Europe as a coach, then get the coaching experience, and what license does you hold currently right now? And you plan to get a higher license?
I hold a Asian AFC A license,
Uh-huh.
which allows you to coach national teams within Asia, and to be a head coach to of any club team within Asia. I haven't started the process yet, but um I've signed up to start the AFC Pro license, which is a step, for me is a very good step. And I've also started doing my FA license, doing my badge in England. Um, yeah, at the same time. So I've started that. I've just completed one. I did some levels over the summer. I did one. Did some exam in October. Not October. No, in September,
Mm-hmm.
also. But back to your question. I want to definitely one day to be a head coach again. Um, that's very important to me. I know it's very, very important that I have a good agent also, especially if I want to work in Europe, or if I want to work in Asia. It's very important that you have a strong agent. But I think I have
Power
garnered a
off.
experience to attract a good team going forward, once I continue to work hard, and once I continue to get myself as qualified as possible.
Okay, okay. And fun fact that I was watching a game the other day versus you and KC against Ludlow Bernard,
Mm-hmm.
and I was watching it, and I was saying to myself that I think you're the only person who forget the best out of Tariq McGee. You know in weakness and you know in strengths. So as a player, how can you get the best out of Tariq McGee as a coaching as a coach? What you do to get the best out and get the maximize potential to play very good on the pitch? I know people saying don't require a lot of defensive work to the team, but what can he do to the team, and what give his 100%? What does he do best for the team?
No, you see, it's a matter. It's from the schoolboy level to the professional level is a big jump. Um, at this point in time, it's about Maggie have to try to get the best out of himself too. He has to have that mindset also. You know, and we have to think about now. Are we in a position to play the team around Atari Maggie? You understand? That's one of the things you have to look in. Are we in a position to create the team around him, so that we can have him playing, as I said, from maybe more in terms of our or getting control in all our attacking actions and stuff like that. So it's up to the coach now, to get the best out of him as a coach. You would have to have a lot of flexibility within your system to allow him that freedom, and then you would have to have um, assist him, that will get him on the ball as much as possible, especially in the half spaces. So there's many things that you have to do in terms of or do you have the quality? There's a lot of things you have to think about in terms of creating a system around a player and at this point in time, Tariq Maggie. But he has immense quality, as you know, on the ball. Immense quality on the ball. But my, it's about him now getting the best out of himself. You know, as much as possible, because the sky is the limit for him. Once he can develop his defensive game. Um, Not that you want to get him overly defensive, but once he can develop that aspect of his game, it will also propel his aggressivity, also getting into space to make goals. But to say to you, this is how you get the best out of him. Um, is, as I said, you have to, are we as a country in a position to create a system around him? Because that's how you'd probably get the best out of most players.
So you're telling me that when you was coaching at JCB, you create the system around him then?
Yeah, would have created a system around at Tariq Maggie.
Okay.
Would have created a system around him, as because as I said, based on the fact that for our team he would have he would have being a player in which could um create a lot for us, in terms of us winning a game. So even when I'm moving from midfield to wing, we still had to, create different actions to facilitate his play. So you find that, many times when we cross ball, we'd be pulling the ball on top of the 18. That would be where we ended up our final action, because we know that that's where he would be coming to finish the goals.
All right, coach. There's a question on screen. Do you think it is professional appropriate for a coach to be given a job as head coach without the relevant qualification?
If it is professional without the necessary qualification, at what level? That's for that. Let me answer the at what level, because you will have qualification is very, very important. Let me say the qualification is very, very important. But different. How I put this? Let me tell you how I put this. I think it's necessary to have the qualification for any job. It's very important that you have the qualifications for to be given a job. It is very, very important. However, a club or more. Let me talk from a club. The club have the responsibility also to select whichever coaches that they want. However, the if the rules must be there. For example, to coach a Money Cup team at one point was a level 1. Then it moved up to a level 2. So once there's no rules barring a coach to coach a particular team, then there's a loophole there. But I believe that coaches should have the necessary qualification to get a job.
Okay. Coach, how would you compare their approach in Bahrain to player development in Jamaica? Do they have academies? That's a question from Neo Sovereign.
I would think that you're talking about Qatar.
Yeah, that's where you right. That's where you are, right? Right.
Yeah. Yeah, they do have academies. But very importantly, academy is a word that we throw out loosely all over Jamaica, because the clubs are not doing what they're supposed to do. But the academy is basically for many clubs here is within clubs. You understand? That's where many all over the world you have when you go England, you have Arsenal Academy, but that's the under 15, that's the under 17. You understand? But in Jamaica, we have in academies outside of the club because clubs are not doing what they're supposed to do. But the academy definitely is within the club structure in most countries who are doing very well all over the world. But also you will have academies here too. You have academies here,
Oh, one last.
but many times it's more it's money orientated, because kids are paying to play many times. But I believe the true academy should be within a club structure.
All right, coach. What can be done to improve the team going
Coach, I've got
forward?
one more question. One more.
Call Alex. Hold on, Alex. Relax, the man. What can be done to improve this team going forward with this pool of talent? I think that should be pool, not pool of talent.
No, once we can improve our transition to defense, and our transition to offense, I believe we will do much more better. And once we find ways in terms of specific actions in terms of our build up play, um, it will improve the team um, much more. And a more flexibility in terms of the movements at the midfield, and even in terms of the strikers. I believe then the team can improve. I won't say how many percentage, but those things are very, very important in the team's improving. And the fact that the team had 2 clean sheets, that also in itself will should improve the team, having that confidence now from behind, to go forward, to be more creative, and yeah.
Okay. And do you think it is wise to change players every game, or would it be better to stick with the players that do well? I think that comes with condition.
It comes with condition. You would not want to be changing the players every single time, but you know that when it comes to um, coaching our country, the players who are available to you, that that will sometimes decide if you change the players, or not. So you don't want to be changing, because consistent performance. You want to have a consistent team, as much as possible. But as I said, they are conditioned in terms of maybe, um, we don't have a game maybe for 2 months, and a particular player is not on form, and you have a player who's, especially in attack. So as I said, there are conditions too, but you don't want to be changing players left, right, and center.
All right. As a coach, would you rather committed players or players that can get the job done with the necessary skill set?
No, repeat please.
As a coach, would you rather committed players or players who can get the job done with the necessary skill set?
You want a mixture of both. You want a mixture of both. Because you can have commitment and you don't have the skill set. Maybe you want to do boxing. You have commitment. You go there fight for the entire time. No, but you want commitment, yes, but at the same time you want players with the necessary skill set.
Okay, cool. Now, the senior Reggae Boyz player recruitment strategy was at the very least disorganized. If given the job of national coach, how would you undertake the process of recruitment?
Process of recruitment. Outside of just being a coach, I want answers getting the national team, but just outside of being the recruitment, you'd want to sit down with the JFF. You want to be sitting down with the JFF, and having that conversation in terms of how do we go, what are the ways in which we go forward, and knowing that in terms of recruitment, you have to be very integral in terms of the recruitment of players. It's very, very important that when recruiting a player, they speak to the coach. It's very, very important that you have you just don't hear that a player is coming, but you can have a conversation with the player. You talk about maybe the family, the player family, such and such. So the players start having that rapport and that respect for the coach. Um, from day one, the coach should be able to provide the opportunity to visit that player who's being recruited, maybe training ground, maybe especially at a match. So the coach is very, very important, and you have to sell that idea to the I would have to sell that idea to the federation in terms of important um it is, because I know many times there may have been players who were earmarked to be selected, and many head coach may say, "Look, if I don't call that player, the player not coming, not putting that player in the 22 list." You understand? So as a coach, you have to be very, 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 very strong, but very important. You must be, you have that political skills in which you can sit down with the federation, um, and have discussion in terms of the way forward. That so that you have an organized system in terms of recruitment.
Okay, great. And you believe that the current players that we have and where we are right now in the standings with 24 points to go, and of course, you know that in that 24 points, there might be thrills and spills.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that this team will qualify for the World Cup in the
Yeah,
country that you are at?
yeah, I believe. I tell the person I want to watch Jamaica in the World Cup here in Qatar.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a dream come true to watch the team at the World Cup. I believe they have a very good chance still. Are not The points on the table are not the best, but it's points on the table already. Winning one game, winning maybe the next two games, they can probably be in fourth, in fourth position. Um, going to the next year, which is very, very important. So they have a big chance. Um, the big problem though is that Canada has has come to the party, and they're being very, very strategic in terms of how they go about. You're finding that they're drawing games against the big teams away, but winning at home. So it's very important that Jamaica we don't lose to a Panama nor a Canada going forward, and we win the teams that are below us. So our strategy in terms of going forward is very, very important. The Canada, the Panama, those games are games that we cannot afford. Those teams to get 3 points from us, or can't afford to lose those games against a Panama and a Canada, and trying to secure points from the Costa Rica and the Honduras and the El Salvador.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mornings, man. Welcome to the show, man.
Yeah, man. Blessings. You know what? I just jump on. Good evening to you and Mr. Coley.
Yeah, man. Good evening. Good evening.
Five time champion, Jamaica College and all of them fancy things. Yeah, man. Congratulations on your success and your continued work in the Far East, sir.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Respect.
We
Respect.
can't wait for you to come back to Jamaica and build 6 academies right across Jamaica with some of those, you know, Arabian dollars that you're making there. Probably learn some strategies to drill oil and see if we can find some in Jamaica.
How is in St. Thomas?
Yeah, not sure we want to talk about that kind of island this stream. But a couple of questions I have, right? I've heard many persons question, you know, Tyreek McGee. I don't know if you answered this before.
Yeah.
And like a Junior Fleming, and you're talking about, for example, with McGee, they speak about his so far from what we have seen at the national setup is his inability to track back and help defensively. All right, and with a Junior Fleming, some question his decision from a mental perspective. Now, my question is, you had these people for so long, right?
Yes.
With you. If you could go back and re-coach them, is there anything in your game now that you change, or is there any sort of treatment that you? I don't know, because if you probably treated them like stars in school, so they never went through the ligaments or the rudiments of the other players. But is there anything now that you have learned so much about the game? Going
Mm-hmm.
back, is there anything that you'd have done differently with a McGee and with a Fleming so that they would be performing better and matriculate into like professional football?
No, but and I will answer your question, but first, those players have matriculated into professional football. Um, they have matriculated they're professional footballers. They're professional footballers, and in terms of football, you have different levels. You have different levels, and yeah, they're different levels. Yeah, and I would have coached them at the stage in terms of what at Jamaica College we call it play to win, and also I would have known a lot of them um training to compete and training to train stage different levels of the football. So I would have seen Maggie come in Jamaica College at the level of train to compete, and then in Manning Cup we'll talk about train to win. You understand? We, we the first time I watched Maggie was playing the final of the, I think, under 17. I think he was maybe 14 years old or 13 years old, playing for Santos. And from that point in time, we were like, but this young man, he can play, but off the ball, he has to improve. He has to improve. Over the years, definitely we would have done a lot of work in terms of his improve in terms of his defensive action. Definitely, I mean, he can tell you that we have had conversations over and over. We have watched tapes over and over. In terms of to improve as a player. In terms of his defensive action. Um, what is important though for a Tyreek Maggie is for example, you say don't track back. um you know Also you have to facilitate for players like that in terms of having having the lines closer together, that you know you will have a midfielder who, based on how you play, he will run 10 meters back than running 20 meters or 30 meters back. So if you don't have your when for example, when you're going to attack and you don't have your lines close together, um you then you will have a number 10 who has to do sometimes unnecessary tracking back, when if you had all the lines close together, then would have been closing down players within 10 meters. And I'm not making any excuse for the player. I know that defensively he has to do much, much more work. But sometimes, being a professional player now is about, his desire to. You understand? It's about his desire that him wanting to do this. You understand? So that is a very important. But Maggie was a player in which we always try to improve his defensive work. There are games in which we probably would have taken him off the field to say, look, if you're not doing such and such, you know, not many games. I must tell you, not many games. Because of the importance of him as a player. Um, if we should make all players 50% defensive and 50% attacking, then we'll not have a Messi. We'll not have a Ronaldo. You understand? We'll not have, because we cannot go on a computer and put in a lot of attributes of a player. Is about wanting, and it's also very mental. You understand? And the gift that he has as a player to you want to have him also fresh for the attack. So yes, you want him to be blocking spaces. That's what we use him many times at Jamaica College. That he will be blocking spaces, but also you'd want the lines closer to him. You'd want the other maybe the wingers tuck in much more, so that the team you prevent the team from breaking the lines as easy as possible. So you prevent players to be running, as I said, going back 20 meters every time that you lose the ball. So those are some of the things that you have to look at when you're probably looking at the saying, oh, the player this done that. When we lose the
Okay.
ball, do we make pressing immediately so that we can win back the ball? You understand?
So
Or
one
do
of the
we
con-
allow the team?
So one of the conclusion that we could draw from that is just how the team plays in the different moments of the game, how we press, how we defend, and how do we allow players based on their weaknesses and their strengths to be facilitated in that kind of a thing. In other words, what you're basically saying that if we could build a kind of system in terms of defending where Maggie may not need to track back 20 yards as an example because the lines are closer. So tracking back wouldn't be more than a 10 yard, 15 yard, which would enable him and you still get to maximize his offensive skills and his defensive vulnerabilities are not shown. I think that is what you, one of the
Yeah,
conclusion I can draw from what you're saying.
yeah, that too. But also the player too has to adapt too, because
Okay.
as a player, you will find yourself in different teams.
Oh,
And then you will have different roles too. If the role as a number 10 is for you to be much more efficient, and maybe have a 60-40 in terms of ratio, in terms of defensive and attacking, then you as a player have to you have to definitely adapt. So it's not only for the coach to build a system around you, don't get me wrong, but also the player too must. But I'm just saying the ways in which we would have facilitated, or if that this is done, maybe could have facilitated having him playing, um, optimally, you know, if in terms of Junior Flemings have been having some good games and some not so good games. Um, in the good games, you may say, boy, you may say, well, you may say, wow, based on his performance, but it's for him now to be more consistent. He has shown you that he has some ability. I remember I was watching. He came on against I think
Costa Rica,
Costa Rica.
Costa
In
Rica in the
Costa
Gold
Rica,
Cup.
in the Gold Cup, came on against maybe Costa Rica, I'm not sure if it's Costa Rica, and totally changed the game, and we were able to win 2-1. You understand? So he has had some good performances, but it's for him to be much more consistent, and then we have to look at is he the player to play inverted, or is he much more better to play maybe on the right side, putting in crosses. You understand, rather than going into the traffic, or is he better playing more on the right side or on the left side? So these are some of the things that you have to look at. Um, in terms of when we, in terms of looking, um, assessing the player, because I've seen when he play right side comparing to when he play the left side for the national team. Um, but he's a young man with ability. I think he's going to the League One or League Two, in France. Maybe I think this month. So he has been doing very well for his club. Last year he was the leading goal scorer in the USL. So he's definitely a player with ability. Um, may not be playing. I don't know if you're hearing me.
Yeah, man, I'm here and I'm listening. I don't want to interrupt
I'm
you
not.
now because we are hearing you. We don't want to interrupt you.
I am not hearing you now. No, I don't
You're
know what
not
happened.
hearing us?
Not sure what happened, but I'm not hearing it. But yes, so he has not been in the greatest form for the national team, but he's a player who would have gone through our not only Jamaica College, but have played for the national team under 17, under 20. So he's a player with great ability. There's some things that he has to to improve on, in terms of making faster decision, definitely, on a consistent basis. But the coach, I believe, trust him a lot because he has still entrusted to be starting him in not only one game, but it started in the Jamaica game, then he started again in the Honduras game. So the coach has some trust. Would have seen some things that seen some good things from him, but overall he has to be much more consistent for me.
Oh, okay. So here's my. Are you hearing us?
You
No,
hearing us now?
you're hearing us.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not here.
You
You still
hearing?
not?
No.
You hearing us now, coach?
I'm doing everything in my power now too, but I'm not hearing you, Cam Mike. Right. What is this?
All right. While we try to get things sorted out, let me, coach, read what is on the screen.
Okay, I will log off and log in. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me.
Yeah, mornings. Why we hear we see the shot active.
No, man. I was with Ryan LFC and I came and I see my thing over here.
Mm.
Yeah, so that's how people are, people can be like that, but they probably just copy the image and do the name,
Mm.
because you can just have, I think, open a Google account. Probably somebody like Shatta would do that.
Shut up. You getting that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, coach, you hearing us now?
Yeah, man, I'm hearing you now,
All
man.
right, no. So my
Good.
my next question to Coach Coley, because this is one of the problems I think I have, because our high school system,
Mhm.
like especially the traditional schools, are designed to their purpose in the Dacosta Cup is to win, right? They want Manning Cup, they want to win it, and so more emphasis is placed on putting together the best group of players to win the competition because of the influence of past students and all of that, right? So it is not
Mhm.
about necessarily spending time
To
to
develop.
develop the players. And so what we find is that we have 19-year-olds playing high school football. All right, 19-year-olds playing high school football. So when they leave high school, they are way behind the guys who are being brought up in academies in England and all of those places, because some of the technical and tactical things are not there. So my question to you is, like I said, going back, would you want to stop some of these more talented players like a Maggie? Listen, you won one Manning Cup at 16. You don't need to come back and play. Go and play Premier League, get connected to a club overseas or something. But you don't need to, if you want to be a professional footballer, you don't need to stay at JC until you're 19, so we can have back to back to back to back to back. The most important thing now at 16, you have surpassed all the talent at this level. Move on in your career. Or probably have a cutoff age for high school football, like at 17, which forces 18 and 19-year-old who are super talented to transition into either clubs in Jamaica or clubs in US or academies across in the Scandinavian nations and stuff. What are your thoughts on that?
All right. First of all, I'm not sure about all the high school programs, but at Jamaica College, our main purpose is to develop our talents, and I will tell you, we have three different levels. As I said to you, first is the train to train, which we call the under 14. The train to compete in the under 16, and train to win at the Manny Cup level. So if you had gone through all of the system, you would have realized that. And first we have a futsal program. that runs outside of when we don't have any Manning Cup under 16, under 14. So we have put a lot of things in place in terms of developing our players. Um, when you talk about development, yes, would have had many players. For example, Tariq Maggie, he would have never played under national under 15. He did not play national under 17, but he's playing the national under 20. He's playing in the senior team. Hello,
Yeah, we're hearing you. We're hearing you.
hello.
You're hearing. We're hearing you. We're
Again,
hearing.
every time this alarm, give me 1 second, please. Let me.
Yeah. Coach means you're mute.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I don't want to. I just had those questions still, coach. I don't want to because I know you have a slower question
No,
lined
no,
up
man.
here.
You know, we kind of basically at 2 hours we're there now. We asked him the
Oh,
questions them already, and the people in the comment section would have asked him
oh.
questions.
Okay. So if I'm repeating anything, you can let me know.
Yeah, man. We'll do.
Yeah.
So, I think he has answered some of the questions that the people want to hear. In kind of, you know, he was very diplomatic in answering some of the questions,
Yeah.
which I agree with. Because if you're somebody who wants to, probably aspire to be a part of the staff in coaching staff, then you don't want to be saying certain things.
Oh God. That is true. That is true. But I see, somebody have a comment in here saying that um, Manning Cup is like an academy at my farmer school. You sleep there, you eat there, and you train 3 times per day.
Yeah,
Go,
sorry,
yeah,
yeah, sorry
Yes,
yeah,
about
man.
coach.
that.
Yeah,
Sorry
man.
about that. Yeah, each time the alarm came on because now it's five after 5 in the morning, so it's telling me to wake up. Yes,
Oh, okay.
yeah. So would have had a program geared towards developing the talent. So I was saying Tariq Maggie, not that never play under 15 national team, nor in under 17, but you would find him playing in the under 20 and in the senior team. And Norman Campbell, the same. Never play national under 17, never play national under 15 or 20, but becoming a professional footballer. You find Mashavani Willis didn't play under, and I can go on and on in terms of the players playing that from a Jamaica college would have matriculated to the national program or to play in
But
professional
yeah,
football.
but
No.
when they get there now, Mr. Coley, and this is the issue. I think this is where the struggle is because,
Mhm.
like, when people look at Norman Campbell, Willis, for example, in the national team, McGee and Fleming, a lot of people are saying that these guys don't match up to, of course they're going to be compared with the soccer for England and the Greenwoods and the Sancho. They're saying that these guys are the same age group. They're the same age group as
Mhm.
the American players that played for America against Jamaica. All of those guys were 21.
No,
Christian Pulisic. So they're saying that why are these guys so far ahead of our footballers in Jamaica that won like 4-3 Manning Cup titles year after year, dominating. They're called, like, I mean, people have said that the biggest thing come from Jamaica. This right now, the biggest talent. And I mean, we can go on and name them. But somehow when they get to the national team, people say that, listen, they don't know some of the basics. They're not doing some of the basics well. And then they say that because we need to develop the players. So
no, but
they spend most time in the schools. So
no, no,
what?
that no,
Yeah.
that would not be true because all of these
Okay.
players that you would have mentioned would have been playing while they're playing they played the Manning Cup. They would have played the National Premier League also. They would have played club football from under 17, under 15, come straight up. Because Maggie had played for Harborview. Maybe he should have been playing the Premier League earlier. We could look at that. Definitely we can look at that, but these players were playing. Willis was playing Premier League before even he played for a Jamaica college. No, we talk about academies all over the world. Um, the amount of players who have left maybe like Africa or doing the playing in the academy who has not matriculated to playing professional football all over the world. You understand? In terms of the amount of numbers, in terms of who would have been in, I mean, thousands and thousands of players who would have been in academy. You look at Real Madrid. Over the years, you have not seen a Real Madrid player who has been in the Real Madrid academy who has matriculated into playing in the first team. You understand? So I'm gonna give you in terms of, yes, for example, Manchester United, they have been doing very well in terms of having players from their youth system going into the first team. Chelsea has made a significant move in terms of having players moving from their youth teams into the first team. So in the English Premier League, there have been improvements now. But over the years, when you talk about, okay, the academy from this club and the players are going straight up, that's not the case. But you will find a one and two player, for example, say a Greenwood, out of maybe what, 10,000.
No, you know what is funny? Because we
No,
can find some other clubs, that have many players coming through their academies into their setup.
no, but I'm just
Yeah.
giving, I'm not even making a case. I'm just giving you some statistics
Okay.
in terms of yeah. But for a player like a Tyrick Maggie, for his development to take place, to matriculate now, what he needs is a lot of game time, not only at the national level, but at the scene at the club level also. So you'd have
Okay.
watched after he left, for example, Harborview, would have gone into to Belgium, but you'd have not been playing a lot of games day in, day out. I'm not sure the reason in terms of this. I know there's a pandemic, the league had stopped, and many things. So he would have that would have basically hampered his his development, not playing day in, day out. Um, you understand? So for a
Yeah.
player like a Type Maggie, but when you talk about Type Maggie not knowing the basic, and then we have to be clear: is it that he don't know the
No, no,
basic,
no, no, man, no, man,
or
no,
he
man,
is not defensively vigilant? He's not as defensively vigilant as you'd have wanted him. You
no, man,
understand?
no,
So
no,
you have
man.
to give very
Yeah.
specific when you're talking to me. No, you have to be very specific to say, look here, these are some of the what is the basic? Can he control a ball? Is he moving in the space? Because Tyrick Maggie over the years, one of his biggest problem was that as a player he did not move. He lose the marker off the ball. You understand? No,
Okay.
off the break. No, not off
Yeah.
the ball, off the
Off the
break.
break. Yeah.
But he would lose the marker off the ball. So many times you find him coming to the ball, which many times in which we spoke to him, in terms of to even help him in terms of doing this, we are moving from a midfield position to a wing position in which would allow him to move into the space to be receiving more balls. You understand? So
Yeah.
there's always much more to be
More
done
right.
to be
So
always to a player, but would have known that, we would have assessed him, would have watched video with all the videos with him, would have tried to work on his weakness as a player,
and
going
and I
forward.
agree with you, because you did a good job with these guys. So the point I make, let me give you an example. So when we played against the last game we played at the National Stadium, we we were at the game with Coach Minzy, and we saw where Junior Fleming, he did not track back. I mean, I was on yesterday saying that the players, don't say the players are not good. They are professionals. And when people say they don't know the basic, that is not true, because the basic is passing and controlling. They are professionals who play in clubs. But some of the stuff, for example, he wasn't tracking back. I'm wondering if this is an issue from because you know about muscle memory and practice becoming permanent. If you were consistently at the youth level being told to track back, follow the runner, you don't pass off a runner, go into whatever it is, then at the senior level, then certain things, your default, even if you're not being instructed properly by a coach, your default action would go back to what is there in your early development, right? And so one of the things we saw with him is that he's not the best at tracking back, but he offers a lot offensively. I'm saying that at what stage of our footballers' development do coaches, and that's why I ask you, if you could go back, learning all you're learning now, being around Schaefer, if you could go back, would you have conditioned these guys differently? When you look at Junior's game right now, do you look back and say, you know what? If I had the chance to have this guy back at 16 at JC, I would be teaching him more about tracking back and following his runner. I would have been probably encouraging Tyreek to be a little bit more better with his right foot because he's already so gifted on his left foot. I mean, yeah,
All right. And first of all, you said last match, Junior Flemings wasn't tracking back. I don't know if it was a one-off situation, but I've seen in which the coach probably used him. He was the player that he was the player. I watched one game in which we were going back in a back five. I think Mexico game.
yeah,
We were going back. He was playing the wing, and he was allowed to come back to come back in a back five, come beside Taxi. We would finish in terms of his defensive work in terms of a back five. Um, I am very big on players tracking back. Definitely very big. But when it comes to professional football, is not is the when it comes to, like, for example, you said a player should track back. It's a player's job. It is not something that you say, boy, it's because he did not learn this in terms of under 15, under 19, because you'd have seen a match in which he's the player who's tracking back. You understand? You'd have seen games in which he's the player who tracking back. Many times Coach Whitmore would want his player coming back as far as possible. You understand? Because he played with a two number six, so the winger is, come back even much more deeper. If he had a two number eight and a one number six, many times that you'll find that a bridge between the one midfielder would be going across, like when Salah playing. Salah is many times not running back, um, coming back to 30 meters to defend. Will you say, oh, it's because he didn't learn this in the academy? You understand? So, we cannot even if he was not my player, we cannot be saying, okay, because he didn't do this in the Manning Cup while he come here, um not tracking back. The moment maybe he didn't track back, he get a ball in the free space and he score a goal. We do not talk about tracking back,
yeah,
but I don't want us to be laying the blame on, to say, boy, because the player didn't track back, it's because of something that happened in the development. Football is about you doing your job as a professional football. Hey, do your job. You understand? No, in terms of what I would have done differently, in terms of there are always things that you could, I won't tell you, so we could probably do this, we could to do that, but with more experience, definitely there are things that you'd want to do differently.
yeah,
As a coach, when you have much more experience, there are things that you'd want to do differently, with the individual talents that you have. But but I
Well,
believe that, but I believe in terms of when you watch a Tarek Maggie playing in the under 20 competition,
yeah.
he was the
In that,
standout player
yeah,
against all the players within CONCACAF. You find a player scoring the goals from half line, creating plays, playing in under 20 at the CONCACAF level, playing against Mexico, playing against all those teams. So you would have seen that he would have established himself playing against all the under 20 players. You understand? In terms of
yeah,
a player's development, after leaving out of maybe the academy, regardless of how great an academy he is from, is about the player he wants. The player, he has that hunger. When you lose that hunger, and when you don't want as a player, being professional, forget how good you are or how good you're not. It's about how disciplined and how much you want it at the professional level. You
yeah,
understand? And that is important. You'd have seen a lot of young players who have, from a Chelsea, from a Man United, who would have reach playing in the Premier League, and the next year you don't hear about them?
Yeah.
Was it something that did happen in the academy? You understand? We have to start think about also the players too,
Play themselves, yeah.
players themselves. You understand?
But
And I won't
coach,
stay here and don't take any blame for anything at all. I won't do that. But also players have a responsibility in terms of being better players, and and developing.
yeah, coach, I heard you made mention of the development of those players at the Manning Cup age was basically for winning competition. So is it a case where they would have missed some of the fundamentals or rudiments of development? And another question to that, Maggie and Fleming, knowing the caliber talents that you'd have had with them at JC, do you believe that they are underachievers, so to speak? They should have been further.
All right, first question. All right, let me answer your first question. Like in any academy, when you become when you go in the elite, you have an elite program. Okay, so you have from the when you reach from under 17 to from 17 to going up. At that stage, you have to start learning to win. You understand? Because a 17-year-old in many parts of the world is a professional player. Okay. The development you talk about in a JC system, where you're looking at I would said train to train. We'd have gone to the train to train system, in which we look at the fundamentals. We would at no point in time would put a lot of pressure on the coach to say okay, you must win the under 14. You understand? He's looking at the fundamental. At that
Okay,
stage,
okay.
we would have two coaches. Probably we're
Mm-hmm.
the only under 14 team that has two coaches at that level, because how important that level is to us. You understand? At the under 16 level, we would look at train to compete in a sense. So is that looking about competing, having that desire, and also looking at a lot of the different principles coming up. You understand? Because at JC,
Yes.
what we really coach are principles. So we
Right,
look at
right.
all defensive principles from the under 14, all the defensive and attacking principles. And the under 16 now, what we'll do is that we'll give them more game situations in terms of our training. But to reach a Manning Cup level, you'd have what, maybe 70% games and 30% or maybe 40% training and 70% games. But at the under 14, we'll look at more, maybe 60% training and less games. So we'd have had in terms of our development,
Development
we'll have
stage and
a
period.
different development
Yeah.
stage. But when you
Mm-hmm.
come to, you cannot have players at an elite level. At an elite level, when you talk about under 60, under 17, under 18-year-old players,
Mm-hmm.
and at that age group is the age group in any system that you're training to win,
Creme de la
because
creme, basically.
yeah, that you're training to win.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
if you have, even if you don't have money cup or anything at all, but when you
Mm-hmm.
move from the normally in track and field, you have called it the podium pathway,
Mm-hmm.
in which at that stage now the athletes are
Getting
focusing on getting the
medaling.
job done
Yeah.
and
Mm-hmm.
medaling. So the same
Right,
thing
right.
with the Manning Cup situation. If you don't have a development program from your under 14 and your under 16 and your under 16, then you can say, boy, okay, you're just focusing on winning.
Mm-hmm.
But we would have put a lot of things in place in terms of having the coaches, having a good a quality environment, a quality program, and having quality personnel within our organization to work with these players. Because we would have had we have an analyst in our program that would have been sitting down with the players and cutting tapes, talking to them, working through the game situation and so forth like that from preseason, trying to minimize their mistake, trying to get them into the right position and stuff like that. So I believe we have they think that we can always do better. They always think that we can always do better. But I think we had given the players a good chance,
Yeah.
at development, to the point in which you may have, when you look across the entire Jamaica, and the amount of maybe football, the stars that you would have played in my time, the 5 years or the 10 years, how many of those players have matriculated into a senior team?
That is what that is,
Not,
and that is I think that is a battle that as fans we have, because many, well, let me say not many fans, but there are fans of schoolboy football who, when we watch, I can give you some names. I mean, you have um, Peter Lee Vassell, Junior Fleming, you have Chris and Joe Dixon, Demar James. I mean, you have players like, you have Asani Walker. I believe his name was. You have the Junior Fleming. You have the Tyreek McGee. You have Lamar Walker, Nikhil Daly. You have Alex Marshall. You have all of these guys, and
yeah,
the list goes on and on and
yeah,
on and on.
but what you have to understand too is that um a lot of, for example, a Junior Flemings would have left the Money Cup and he would have been playing in the USL,
Yeah,
in the USL, a competitive league, but it is no match to maybe a player who playing for Man United. You understand? And a week in
yeah,
week, you understand? So the development, it can be different. It can be very different. You understand? You find many of our players now, when are getting contracts in the USL. Many of our players are getting contract in the USL and not necessarily playing day in, day out in the MLS. You understand? So I'm saying to you is that you find a player who leave an academy in Manchester United, but he's playing for Manchester United. You understand? His development and the game that he's playing competitively, day in, day out, is on a different level to a player who leave Jamaica high school system and is playing in the USL. And it's so very important for us now as a country to to do very well, continue to do very well, so we can have some of our top players, top youth players, go into good clubs.
yeah, yeah.
You
Because
understand? Because
yeah,
that is very, very important. I believe that is very, very, very important.
I hear, because what one of the things I heard from some of the,
Well, on
go
Mannings,
on.
it never answered the second part of the
Oh, the second
question.
part. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh,
You can
the
repeat the
part
second
that
part.
Junior Flemings and Tariq Baggy, I think they're the talent that they had, and you know that they had at the level when you had them at high school. You think that they would have not reached where they're supposed to be to reach at this particular time in their career?
Um, First of all, for Terry Maggie, I think he is on a good way. In Belgium now, I think he's now playing. I think he has been getting more playing time now. He's what, 21 years old. So I think he's on a good way in terms of developing, to be in the right environment in Europe, to propel himself as an international player. When it comes to Junior Flemings though, I think it has been very difficult for him to be many times the USL player, the leading goal scorer in the USL, and not getting a chance to be in the MLS. When I spoke to him, I said that his agent has to be much stronger to get him into a good league, or getting him into a good team, because if we have any idea about professional football, we know how important agents are. Having a super agent and having an average agent, is very, very important, because not many places are gonna have a player who playing in being leading goal scorer in a particular league, and not maybe going to the next level. So now he's moving to League One, or League Two in France. So I hope now, having that, competing at that level day in, day out, will enhance his performance to be much more consistent,
Right,
you know
right,
yeah,
right.
because
yeah,
that is important, regardless of whatever work you do. if the player is not playing at a particular level, day in, day
They're
out,
not going to improve. Yeah.
it is very, very, very difficult to improve.
So let me ask you this. So like tomorrow, everything reset, and they said that Coach Coley come back from the Far East, reset football in Jamaica. Where you think like the step one, here is step one. If we're going to get this thing so we can be a perennial World Cup participating nation, here is the first thing I'd fix if football were to reset in Jamaica and I was given the mantle, right? I was given the mantle. This is where we would need to start the refixing.
Um, if you want to, if you want to, it's always the youth. It's always the youth. But to fix the youth, you have to deal with the club structure in our
Okay.
country. You know, so we definitely needs to develop the club structure within our country, because there's not there's a lot of training for just for competition, but not for development.
Okay.
Because you'll find that over here a competition playing next week or next month, and training starts this week, but you don't have consistent training within the clubs. Like under 17, even out of competition, they are training. They're playing, games at the same time on the weekends. They're training in the week. They're playing games on the weekend. So what is important for me, I would want to change the club structure. How we view football. Look at a business model also in terms of the football, that we develop talent, and create a pathway in which these talents can be exported, or also can be moved from one club to a next. Because I can tell you something, not all clubs, nowhere in the world, no in the world, only Jamaica I see this, that every club think that they can win the Premier League. Every club think that they can win the National Premier League, and not necessarily say, look here, I am developing talents for the big clubs, the one maybe four big clubs within the country. You understand? So you find that you have pockets of talents here, there, and that you don't have a lot of talents playing, good talents, playing in maybe the four best club maybe within the country. You understand? Because when you go to you have a Real Madrid, you always have a top four in every country, and you have other teams that, for example, a Southampton, a Aston Villa. Those clubs many times they try to stay in the league, but they are developing talents to export to different clubs, and those big clubs now would have those big clubs would now transfer those players now to clubs
Bigger
in
star.
Europe, and then based on the contract clause now, you would benefit as a lesser club, quote unquote lesser club, from those contract that those players sign from a big club. But we don't have a model like that. Every club definitely want to win the Premier League, and not necessarily look here. Some clubs are developmental teams,
Our
um,
feeder clubs, they
feeder
call them.
clubs for the bigger clubs.
We have a special guest
Yes,
just
well,
coming back.
welcome to Cranky.
The
What's
coach
up,
is a
Cranky?
special guest, not me. The coach is a special. The coach is a special guest. I hadn't had a chat, but I was
Not so
actually in the movie
special at
theater
all.
watching the new James Bond movie, so I didn't get a chance to hear the coach. But I did hear
Mhm.
a question that was asked of the coach around, because I was driving back around the talent level, right? And the coach was mentioning around like African academies and the small amount they produce,
Right.
who then filter into the bigger teams. But the larger question is, there are two questions. One is around, if there's about 800,000 people of Jamaican lineage in the UK, and we look at the vast majority of black players in the UK, because Africans came over later, they have Jamaican heritage and who play at the highest level. And if we think DNA wise, that we are sort of similar athletically, then the question is, why can't we produce more players in Jamaica to perform at that level? If you use the example of the UK construct in terms of that occurring, given the play, as I said, the players' DNA, the players' athleticism, why isn't that we see so much more percentage-wise, even more than the larger population in the UK come through, and not more Jamaicans coming through to play at that higher level? Is it the coaching? Is it the resources? Because I may be redundant here in my question because I didn't hear all the answers coming through. But why would that be the case?
It's a little bit of all the different entity. Coaching, the it's more than just one thing. Yeah, more than just one thing. What I would love to touch on is is what is happening within Jamaica at this particular time. In terms of our development and in terms of even our because nothing I believe develop players like a good league. You know, a good league. You understand what has happened in England over the years is that the English Premier League has gotten better, has gotten much better, and as a result of that, the national team is getting better. Also, now in Jamaica, what happened that a player who would, at the youth level who would have dominated, is not necessarily playing within in the National Premier League. You called some names a while ago. Like the Alex Marshall, the Junior Fleming, the Tyreek Maggie, the a lot of the better players at the Manning Cup level, they're not playing inside within the Premier League. A lot of those players who have gotten scholarship and what would have gotten to junior colleges, would have gotten scholarship to a Division 1 college, and many of them within the college system, you know, they don't have the same hunger again for the football game. So a lot of the players now, when I watch the Premier League, I'm asking which school this player went, because those are not the top names that you would have heard couple years ago, maybe in the Manning Cup. Our track and field suffered something like this years ago, in which many of our athletes were going to the Division 1, D1
Spot on.
colleges, yeah, and not getting good competition every day in, day out, because you know how important good competition is. So how do we fix this? I am not sure, because many parents won't say, look here, the child get a scholarship. Okay, you're gonna stay here and play in the National Premier League. Unless we fix the league to a sense in which it makes sense for the parents, it makes sense for the player to stay and playing within the league, knowing that look here, there's a end game in which that is a high probability that they may get a contract um, in Europe, get a contract, a very good contract somewhere else in the world. So we have a very big problem. How do we help to mitigate this problem? We have to be producing much more. We'd have to be producing much more talent. Um, but I still believe that our talents within our country, um, they're not playing many day in day out with talented players. You know, they're not playing day in day out with players of um their caliber.
Similar quality. Yeah.
Yeah, of their quality. You understand? And as a result of that, many talented players may go down. So within our coaching system, sometimes we can see players, because I remember when I was growing up, same Jamaica, you had players from St. Thomas, or the best player from St. Thomas in Ghana Harborview. You know that some of the best players going filter into some clubs. You understand? But now you will find that the better players maybe in Manchester playing maybe with day in day out with weaker players. You understand? Because maybe this a small club want to win a competition, but not thinking about the player playing with in a high competition and playing day in day out at a high level. So we have to really be looking at seeing how best we can have our better players playing playing and training with you know with quality players, with quality players. So
So who needs to organize that structure to enable that to occur? Is that the JFF? Is that the clubs themselves independently? Who need to sort of set the standards, have that construct put in place to allow that to materialize, right? Because you're saying you need more concentration of players competing against each other to allow them to develop, to allow their skills to matriculate, to improve, to enhance their
Mhm.
capabilities. How do you allow that to happen if you don't have a setup that enables and foster that?
No, the club. As I said, there must be a club structure within. There must be conversation with clubs. There must be some deep conversation with the clubs. In terms of the JFF, um, they can facilitate this, but in terms of their role in terms of the development of the players is, for example, um having maybe our under 15, because I travel different countries to go to camp every single year, and like I was in Turkey, and when I'm in Turkey, I see maybe three different national team under 15 training at this point. They're training at this point in time. You understand? They have been training. They have been training during the COVID. But you will ask, where are under 15 boys? We don't have a camp for them. We don't have a first tier, a second tier under 15. Maybe touring and playing. And as a result of that, we have those players um, gaining a lot of experience outside of Jamaica, which is very very important. So when they come back within the country, they improve the level within their clubs. From that standpoint, no, the JFF has to do much better. But what is important though is that the clubs has to restructure in terms of what is the focus going forward as a club. How do we develop our talent, and also a lot of clubs collaborating. 'Cause that is very very important. Without the clubs collaborating, then it's very very difficult to improve the talent. Also, we have to look at our competitions. You have to take a strong look in terms of the competition that we have, because every coach or every club coach based on whatever competition that we have. Okay, you will watch maybe a under 17, or maybe let me use the Money Cup before. Okay, say you have 36 teams, and in your group you have maybe 8 teams. Okay, 2 teams go forward. No, I won't even say 8 teams. You have 6 teams. From that group, um, come September, only 2 teams go forward. What does that mean? 4 teams development stop in September. It's the same thing within our club situation. You have a competition that may be run for 3 months, and then only from this zone only 2 teams goes to a semi-final. It means that the other teams would not have maybe maybe 8 teams would not have a long period in terms of competitions. You understand? Because they're out in the first round. A lot of persons were very angry when the the Ben Francis and the Walker Cup were had the teams that didn't qualify for to go forward in the Manning Cup. And what I saw was a very good chance for those teams players to develop. So in terms of a competition, when you have a when we have a competition in our country, we have to encourage that all the players get chances to develop as much as possible. Not only the team that will probably go to the second round, you know, but all the other teams too. Maybe they compete against each other at their own level. This will improve, I believe, this will improve the development of the football within the country. That you have maybe 2 teams or 4 teams move on to play in the elite aspect of that competition, but also you have a second level competition that the teams maybe who came maybe third or fourth and fifth in that round can move on to, so they play much more, because we know that in terms of development, the players, they must be playing, and we don't have our players playing enough, because even the teams who probably go to the finals, they're not playing enough. So can you just imagine the team that maybe drop out in the first round, their development, their development stops. So we have to look in terms of a club structure. We have to look in terms of the competition itself, the rules of the competition also, especially at the youth level. The rules of the competition are very important, if we want to enhance the development of our players.
So, coach, here's another question, which is, given our challenges, whether it's resources, how we're constructed, how we're organized, is there any country out there which is similar to us in terms of facilities, resources, but who are doing well that you'd like to emulate? So we're 3 million population, 6 million globally with the diaspora, right? But mainly think about locally. Is there any country out there, maybe say a Uruguay, for example, that given their population size, given that the resources they have, given the infrastructure, that do really well that we can emulate? Because what we have today doesn't really work well.
Well, in terms of, I cannot tell you in terms of resources, but Uruguay is one country, and is one country we can look at in terms of the population size, and they're doing very well. But they have a rich history in terms of football. That is very important, that they have a rich history in terms of the football. Iceland has been doing very well in terms of the coach education, um, and that has helped them immensely. So that is something that we can look at in terms of how qualified our coaches in terms of the education level of our coaches. Also, in terms of our club structure, it is very important. I believe we have too many clubs for a small country. We have too many clubs in very close proximity, and as a result of that, that's why I mean that we're filtered. We're filtered down because you have so many clubs. If we had let me see, if we have maybe less clubs, you would have more quality within specific clubs than all of this talent we have. So maybe, for example, in a close proximity, like where you have Arnett Garden, you have Boystown, you have Tivoli. You walk down the road, you have another team. You walk down the road, you have another team. You have another team. You have another team. In many countries, what you would have non-league, in a sense. You understand? You have perfect that maybe 2 tier. You have the Premier League and you have the nationwide. You have like the championship. But in Jamaica, you have we have the Premier League, and then you in a parish that you may have 12 teams within the parish that in terms of resources, they don't have the resources. It's very difficult to have the resources. Maybe if you have maybe 4 teams within the parish. You understand, where the resource in terms of personnel can go around to really have a strong program within these clubs, rather than having 15 clubs, 16 clubs within one parish, and the amount of players that we're producing, filtering all of those. Then you will have all the time good player, the average between good players and weak players. With more weaker players, they're playing with more weaker players day in and day out. And in terms of the resources, it is not sustainable either. It's not sustainable at all. So we have to look in terms of our restructuring the clubs, amount of clubs that we have within within we have to look at the amount, the clubs that we have
Parishes.
in the parishes playing at what level. You know, some clubs, you know, has to be doing program in terms of, it's not about just um social development. Why, you know, when it comes to developing, if you want to develop your talent, there are places for the in sports, there's places for the SDC, but in terms of to create a product to develop our talents, we have to take very serious in terms of the amount of clubs that are participating within each parish or within each constituent, in terms of to move from one tier to the next tier.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Katarak, welcome. You have any questions for the coach?
Oh, of course. Good night, panelists. Good night,
Good
Coach
night. Good
Coley.
night.
And good night to the viewers and the subscribers. Big up the whole team Cataract. You know, that's something they got. Jervis, Paris, the whole family. Anyone team Cataract, just light up the life. But we know you're inside the building. Coach, I was in another place, which I won't mention, but which is obvious by my attire. Um, and anyone here tune into TVJ at 1:30 p.m. tomorrow. Um, I want to start with, and I'm the Peeny Wally boss, you know. Some people forget about
Yeah,
Jamaica when them
yeah.
gone a foreign, them man, they don't remember Peeny Wally, but we're there yard. So, coach, let me start where you ended. The whole football structure, and I've said it a couple of times before. And I want to pick your brain and hear your. The first with the school system. A long time ago, I was at the Ministry of Education, and I had written a paper to ISA. I think the person that moved me was a player that I saw called Patrick Graham, who was not at a prominent school. But the matches that I saw with him, I could have seen a fighting central midfielder, but just on a weak team. Um, yes, he did. He eventually went to Reno and he eventually came into the national program, but I don't think he was part of the youth, the under 15 and under 17, based on them coming from the schoolboy system. So I grew up in England, and the mantra is that if you're playing schoolboys football, you are just recreational. You're the weaker ones. The best young football talents from a very young age. My own cousin Anthony Grant started at Chelsea at age 7. You are into the professional structures from a very tender age. The best talents, and each cohort, each year, the best talent is screamed off and enters into the professional rank structures through the academy. And it comes down to what defines a football club. In England, a football club, a professional football club, is defined as one that has a first team, an under 23 team or a reserve team, under 20, under 17, under 15, and a women's team and a women's under 20 team. So it has to have 7 teams. It has to have a home ground, and it has to have a training facility. So training is not done on the match day pitch.
Mm-hmm.
It has structures in terms of doctors, medics, or whatever, but it's a whole thing is laid out. That I agree with you 100% that we have too many clubs, and we would benefit from having a pro league, which would focus on maybe I looked at, and I want to hear your view. I would say a maximum of 63 clubs, which it doesn't have to be in, but by other people, meaning the Electoral Office of Jamaica has decided that Jamaica is best broken up into 63 constituencies, numbering between 21,000 up to about 45,000 persons. So that I think is a minimum fan base. Or you could take it at the level of the parish, where you have 14 parishes and you could add the city of Portmore and stuff like that. But once you get above 63, I think it's pretty useless. because you're fighting and scrambling for resources in terms of finances. It's the same small catchment of business and same small catchment of funds that you're trying to get. And I don't think you can sustain a club in a community of 7,000 people, of which maybe 1,000 might like football, and of that 1,000, maybe 500 want to come and watch the game, and of that 500, 499 persons don't want to pay any money whatsoever to go through the turnstile car. Yeah, I ask where we come from. We are ramp with. And so you might have one paying customer. So I agree with you on that. But I want to go back to Ministry of Education and ISA. The paper that I wrote suggested that they have a 3-division system: Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, similar to the United States NCAA, where you have D1, D2, D3 schools, and a school can either subscribe to be in a division based on what resources it has and it competes in that division, or you could look at maybe results over, let's say, a 5-year period, rank the schools, and then cut them up. Bam, bam, bam. And that the football, for example, in particular, is a very short league. Football, cricket, those sports, that you needed youngsters playing more games. You can't have a youngster who might be at I don't know, Tarrant High School, and all he plays for the year is 5 or 8 competitive matches, and that's his development. That we have 192 schools, and maybe we could have 4 divisions of 50, or D1, A and B, and you cut it into 25, and you have a league like how you have the English league that starts in September and ends in May, just before the exams, and that the youngsters get to play 38 matches, maybe even 30 matches, 40 matches for the year. And in that case, you'd have a real development, first touch, passing, football IQ, football knowledge. What are your thoughts about such a structure? And I end by saying, I start with the mantra, and I don't know if you were referring to this about the rules, that every child who is registered to a school, regardless of academic grades, should be allowed to participate in the sport in which he or she may have a God-given talent. And that when I can't to read and write, but you take away the football from me, or the cricket, or the table tennis, because my grades not too up, that you pull in my soul, because this is what I love to do. And rather than being punitive, it should be more like a carrot to say, okay, as you participate, we have additional academy support for you. I said a lot, so I hope you can comment.
Yeah. No, all right. So yeah, man, very yeah, interesting points though. Very interesting points. But let me start with the school. The, First of all, the school comes under Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education. The school, how we have it is, let us say in Jamaica we are blessed to have the schools. You understand? But the school doesn't have that responsibility to be developing the talents. The school is more for more recreational, but based on what has happened is that the school has taken a place in terms of to doing some form of development in terms of the student athlete. In terms of the school's mandate, in terms of to provide education, and we can say education is many things, but in terms of the academics, it won't allow within the school curriculum to be having the boys playing so many games within the particular year, and at the same time facilitating for their academics, which is their number one priority. You understand? What ISA has done in terms of the having the Ben Francis and the Walker Cup is a good move in terms of having the lesser teams playing more games. You understand? And aid in some form of development. In terms of development and all these things that you talk about just now is a responsibility of the clubs. of the football club, like you have in England. That is their responsibility now to provide that form of development um, within the football within our country, because the school, in terms of the resources, it is not possible, based on the resources of where maybe some schools could have managed, but it is not possible. And also the competition is seen as more recreation, based on the mandate of ISA is more for recreation, but it has garnered a lot of respect, and many persons will say, "Oh, this is what we have to here. We have to do the development." No, is within the clubs, and a big form of restructuring. And you said it rightly, is that there are certain things that must be in place for a club to be a profit, to be a club. Your first team, a women's team, this must such and such. When you have a criteria like this, a lot of these clubs that we have in this country would be null and void, just based on the rules. But we are afraid to make these big step, and as a result of that, we're not making the big step. We're not making the big step because you would have seen where when we had less schools in the maybe in the Manning Cup and the Dakar Cup, you had more quality on a consistent basis. But when you had a lot of the secondary schools that became high schools, what you found is that maybe it's the students who would have gone from maybe a Holy Trinity and a Norman man, they would have gone to a high school. They are now playing now for these schools. So when you find that you have a lot more in anything, especially with our population, you find that the quality goes down. And because we have so many teams within, as I said, small geography, it has hampered the development of our better players. It has hampered the development of our players, and all the responsibilities that you talk in terms of playing so many games per year is a responsibility of the club. It's the responsibility of each the federation to create that form of competition, because we can talk about the training, but believe me, competition develop the sportsman and our sportswoman, because every coach will coach based on, if it's a knockout competition, you're going to coach differently. If it's a league competition, you're going to coach differently. If you know that you have to be just in the top 4 to go to the next level, you're gonna coach differently. So yes, we have to take in consideration. Yes, we have the kids playing more, but also the rules of our competition has to change.
So,
To
so
develop.
I agree with you, coach. And I just want to address something in the club. That when I said that and I didn't get your belief, if you said that, what I'm gathering from you is that you're not a fan of saying the school, which I don't even think it's a recreation. Honestly, the school sport system, whether it be track and field, football, sunlight cricket, is really about the egos of old boys and or old girls, right? Less focus. Its goal and output is not to develop players for a national football team, be it under 17, under 20. It is a Fortis or True Blue, and it stopped there. So it's
No.
not the development of the pro athlete who, and I gave this example. If in, let's say, the next 10 years, 5 years, we can produce our own Michael Antonio. Michael Antonio is at on £70,000 a week, minus gold, not including gold bonus. In 1 month, per match, sorry, in 1 month, based on pounds, he could write off the entire debt of the Jamaica Football Federation in just
Mr.
1 month.
Minzy, Mr. Minzy earned that also. Dr. Minzy could do that too.
Right? I'm saying we have to stop from the 2-bit thing. And the important thing I wanted to say to you, and even to the people in the audience, Mr. Coley, just so that, look here. I know some of these ideas are revolutionary, and all of them won't be able to be implemented, but at least some. And Coach means he's providing us the platform to think outside the box and put these ideas out there. I want to put on the table. You know what sport young men in Jamaica participate in 52 weeks, Coach? Gunting. 52 weeks for the year. There is available apparatus for them to break down, and they can take part in that sport. And we produce a wonderful plethora of gunmen. But when we have a righteous and good avenue, we take it away. So when you take away that, they find themselves into something. What I'm saying is use sport as a motivator and as a catalyst to assist those who may have the talent and may want to move forward in the pro career. But you take away that profession from them, they're going to find another profession. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Coach.
Yeah, but you see, when you say sports, it's a little bit different. But when you say football, because you see, the school is set up in a way in which they and it's set up in a way in which they have different season for different sports. You understand? And they have a specific time to finish a certain competition, or different sports to go on to the next. Because at the end of the day, as I said,
they want to facilitate more children in various competitions,
in different competition, and you will have in the schools, and normally you have it's about you call it athletic literacy. You understand, in which when a child leave the school is able to compete in maybe one or more than two sports at a time, and that come from the physical education syllabus within a school. So the school has this mandate that okay, after this is cricket, and after this is that it is maybe volleyball. It's very having to facilitate so many games for a young man from September to December. It is not possible based on the work rate. It have 40 games would be if you look at about 8 months playing so many games. So to develop the football within the high school, the real development, it is very, 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 very difficult. And also those boys who play football, they're gonna play the cricket. They're gonna play in the volleyball. Some gonna move to the next season to play this. And that. What is important though is and it is good for them to be athletic literacy, because it will help them in the future in terms of the football. But where in which they have to be more specific now in terms of okay, they're a footballer. You understand? It takes a lot where the club has to play an integral role and not necessarily the school, because the school doesn't have the facility based on their mandate to teach and to introduce the different sports to the student. It is unless say we're gonna start maybe in July, and that is the time.
July. That's why I said September to May, because once May starts, you have the CSEC, A levels, GNAT if you're in grade 9. But Coach, and I don't want to belabor this point. I'm saying we can look at other jurisdictions. In the United States, it's American football, baseball, basketball. There's a tug of war because a number of the more developed athlete or the athletic student in a high school, he has to choose one or two to major in, because that's the pathway that he see himself. So you will have like a what's the Cardinal Kyle, the Cardinals quarterback. He was going to be drafted in the first round, both for baseball or for football. He had to make a choice. I don't know if you know what I talk about, Coach.
No, but I understand what you mean.
Right. And there have been a number. Michael Jordan went from pro basketball into pro baseball, you might say it with different success. But you have a number of people who cross. But there are lots of sports which young people can take part in. We have to identify those which are critical to national development. And I say football is one of those, cricket and track and field. No, volleyball and fencing and golf is not going to put us on the map as yet. But I'm saying you might find talent. But overall, I always start from a base, and my base says all 192 schools must have a C license coach, for example, right? And be able to take part in the program so that no child who might have disability is lost on him or her. You can interview Anthony Grant, for example, Coach Ninja. I don't think he played any schoolboy football in his life because from 7 I just Chelsea, and they don't want the athlete who is on an academic contract to go ahead and risk injury playing in a school competition. But there are enough other children who can take part in that. And for you, I know you're saying that it might be the death of some clubs. That is true. But you know what's happening? Natural attrition is killing them. Because if you look in England, the amount of clubs that are going into administration, having to lose the -12 and -9 and how much points, because it's just not financially feasible to have that many clubs in a space. And we are talking where they have 450,000 or 1 million people in the owner space. So that's interesting. But that debate can continue. Coach, I wondered if you had spoken to Coach about the national program and his views on the national program. And I would, if we had done that. If not, I'd love to be able to pose some question, Coach. What are your views on this quota system that is employed as a policy by the technical committee of the JFF at the youth level? They're always very specific to say at the youth level, which prevents the best players who are of Jamaican parentage or heritage to be able to join the national program from the under 15, under 17, and even under 20 level. And what do you attribute? Sorry, he might be gone. He's in an elevator. He's out there in the Middle East. No, have to be. But it looks like we don't have the battery problem. Why's the word quota come up in a quote? It's like what you call it. It's like kryptonite to Superman. So we make Coach second now. Big up the whole team Cataract in the building. You understand? Lick up the like button, people. You have Coach Miguel Coley, Cataract, Coach Minzy. You had Stan Cranky on earlier. Different kind of fire. Dominic Chambers, the NCAA complain about the same thing, that the children are college athletes are being exploited. Yeah, man, team Peony Wally, big up the natural Jamaican living, They have a chocolate tea at night time, with the cinnamon and them thing there, like a condensed milk out of the Betty. And Peony Wally. You see me, I say? Big up all
Yeah, hello?
our countryman. Yeah, Coach, you back with us?
Coach, can I call cataract freeze?
No, I'm in a freeze, man. Cataract can't go.
Yeah, man, then it just melted, man. It did freeze, man.
God. I have a brand new in the quarters. Man, but tell us some light are coming. I remember somebody in that kind of darkness, but get my full light. We're ready for the November. I'll take a picture and show him. I have a full lighting setup. People, this is coach's desk. Kimul, Team Cataract, seeing at the building. Wesley, all of those see a Rasta. David Radigan in the building. That's Sir Richard. Yeah, man. Brownman Security, the whole family. Jarvis Paris in our building. Team Cataract. Gonna fire up the live now, man. Fire up the live, man. What's the Team Cataract? Yes, I think the current coaching staff is gaining experience on the job. They're learning as they're going along.
No, but every job you get, Cataract, whether you are trained in that position or not, or your qualification, there are some things that you learn in the classroom, and there are some things that you learn on the job. So, of course, whichever position you take, you will be learning on the job.
Coach, you know, you have some man with wrench that moderate the chat. Team Cataract have some general will moderate the chat. Michael Woodburn, Team Cataract. When deal with Owen now. It's a fraud Team Cataract. Remember say about Team Crank, you know.
Him switch.
The two there, man, they'll switch, you know. Digital home tech could have burn up a live na Team Cataract, but the people else say Team Cataract in the house. But yes, you learn on the job and you never stop learning.
Right.
So that's not a criticism. It's how quickly you can learn and more
and adjust
and adapt. Big up digital home tech. Right. Jason Ferrer in the building. You know what I'm saying? And what? I'm just Nicholas Smith. I don't see a long time of family. Big up on yourself, Team Cataract, massive. So the couple of good questions. I hope coach can come back maybe tomorrow. Maybe him have no movement. Where he is? Where is he? Kuwait? Qatar. So he's in Qatar.
Waiting for the team to come for
World Cup and join the whole. I hope they bring him in when we reach the Qatar. You see what I say?
They're on his in Qatar. There are some jobs which requires
you can mute the coach. That's okay. We're here to drive in.
Yeah, man. Darren was saying that there are some jobs which requires a track history before being placed at the pole position. Yeah, man. You're gonna get jobs with that, but you're still going to be learning on the job, no matter how you take it. You still learn on the job. Believe it or not.
Absolutely, coach. I agree with you 100%. Cannot say that at all. I understand. But of course, the whole thing about the schoolboy system and how we restructure that, a lot of it is held on by ego and people believing that things can't change, and the change is inevitable. Change is inevitable. And for me, if you're at a system where you have 200 schools, right, and let's say you take 20, it's 196 high schools. Even let's say we include the girls' school, them and you delete, right? Let's say you add 5 leagues of 20. That means you play 38 games. So let's say you play 2 games per week, right? You train the rest of the time. You're over at the same time like the British system, brother. You finish quick and fast.
Qatar, sorry to interject, but while I agree with the idea, it's gonna be very, very cost effective, physically draining on the youngsters, probably physically and mentally, because many of these youngsters, it is very difficult for them to strike that balance, you know. And I want you to be keen in listening what I said. While I agree with the idea, these are the things the variables that I'm looking at that might affect this. Because to have the system run a competition running right through the season, I think it will stretch the other competition. Because remember, you have the under 14 and the under 16 competitions to run as well. Remember, you have to look at the distribution of referees and all these things.
So hold on, coach. Coach, let me say, UEFA has done it. what they say is the same day that you play the senior qualifier, that same day you play the youth qualifier. So if England play Armenia senior team, the England under 20 play Armenia under 20 for their qualifier too. Same day.
But you're still gonna need the referees for that game. You can't have the
Yeah.
same referee or ref the same game. That's the point
No,
I'm making.
no, but then that's why we have to develop more things. We need to have more referee. Every youth can, so some youth can start learn to referee, not to coach.
Yeah, I agree.
From in a school, that can be their thing. They can't play the ball game, but they love the ball game. You can go into refereeing. Some can go into massage. Some can start learning physiotherapy from a young age, so that the whole football business is being developed holistically. Because some man can be the analyst, the stats man them. Me a little nerd, but I love ball game, but me have two left foot. But me can do that with the analysis thing, a ping, 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 and me in at the ball thing. So when we're looking for analysts for the national under 17 or national, remember Simon Preston became the youngest TVJ analyst at 13, 14. There can be many more. Some might be out at Mile Gully High. Some might be at Rossies. Others might be at Thompson Town High. What I'm saying is that let us, the ISA has taken a sort of myopic view. Shut up. Catch the word. Myopic. Remember, you have to get the big words them. It's a peeny wally, Giovanni. It's a peeny wally. It's a myopic view. Right? That the only thing you can do is kickball. You have professional water boys. We can man know whether to bring the Gatorade or whether to bring the bucket water. You understand, coach? And I think that when you have what you have in those instances, coach, is that let's say I had a 5-tier, or let's say a 4-tier system, right? In the schoolboy football, you could attract sponsorship and television rights for the top league, and then disburse that money to help finance and develop the smaller programs, which is what NCAA does. People don't want to see JC beat Kitson Town High 13-0. They want to see JC versus Casey and JC versus Calabar and JC versus Stets and St. George's College versus Clarendon College. Derby games, big hitting.
Right.
And you learn best when you play with competition at a particular level. You understand? And I hope I can be on next time Coach Coley comes on, that we can have a discussion. I'm sure that Stan Kroenke represented well for the vloggers, but Cataract will have a different flavor, different style, and enjoy the banter. But we have some questions just generally, Coach. I want to talk about Liam Moore and
before you get into that,
big man,
yeah, man,
big man, Ethan Pinnock.
Before you get into that, Qatar, how about academies being developed rather than trying to break the structure of the whole education system? And when I said break, I am not saying that it will literally tear down the education system with this lengthy football. And I also don't want people to think that I am against the idea. I just want to look at it from a different perspective, if you know what I mean. Because this, I believe, will affect some of the youngsters in terms of them being able to keep up with their studies. And this is the only aspect of it that I have an issue with. How will these youngsters, will they be mentally? And why I say that, because not many schools believe in pulling resources like a psychologist to be a part of their program. Because if you're going to have something lengthy as this, then you need that sort of professionalism in it to ensure that the youngsters are, you know, been told how to actually make the balance and all of these things.
So, coach,
Uh-huh.
um, I come from it from a pragmatic point of view.
Mm-hmm.
You see, one other than clansman, they don't have no psychologists. Them just have recruiters. And they recruit more than an 11-man football team and fit them slap with team.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And they train the youth them, show the juvenile them how to lock it in, show them how to break it down and clean it up, show them how to bust it,
But
show them how to... No, all of what I said, they train them well, and there apparently is no problem. You see the people in Mobile when it start the little Yahoo business. All of the coach, these are all extracurricular activities.
But those things, Cataract, the wrong things are easier to do from a pragmatic standpoint.
That's right. That's why I said I'm a pragmatist. And I'm saying to you that what you are talking about is what extracurricular activities a young man ventures into outside of his academics. And I'm saying to you, if he is if we get young men that are so into their football and he sees that there is a £70,000 a week coming at some point, he may less likely
all right,
to be attracted.
I'm happy that you emphasize that part.
Yes, attracted to the at Guinness $1 grabber and a $20 Rizzler bag.
Because,
right?
Cataract, I know youngsters that are playing football and them are trained, them in a big teams, and they still do some of these things. That
I said less likely. There is no panacea. But I'm saying on the other end of the scale, we are at a national crisis. I live in Kingston 6. You can't get more uptown than Kingston 6. Maybe Kingston 8. And coach, for 3 different nights with them on your program. And your ear may have to pull up car shuttle bus nearby. Imagine now Kingston 11, 12, 13. How much shuttle bus? How much trauma is there being given? So I'm saying we have to think creatively and differently, right? And Nicholas Wigan, I'm not saying it is the only system. Remember, coach, I said to you that a professional football league that has as a mandate that it must have an under 20, under 17, and under 15 program would run alongside, so that the very best youth would be in the academy system, and those who have not quite matriculated with their skill set yet would be in the school system. And then when the school system has better developed them, or they more physically develop, or they go through a growth spurt, as you would know, right? As a youngster can leave you in a May, at 5'8", and come back in September 6 foot tall. Because that's how people grow. People grow differently at different rates. And every youngster has a growth spurt, right? So I'm saying to you, except coach, guy still shot. He not reach 6 foot yet. But I'm just saying to you that it's not one or the other. It's one and the other. The idea is to get hundreds, even thousands of youth playing football in a structured way and environment, that we can have a bigger, deeper pool that, and I'm not saying this, that someone would want to stop going to England. These are the things that would have had to be in place so that the youngsters that we create can challenge those Jamaicans who are born in England or in other jurisdictions, Germany, Italy, Holland, Canada, USA. They can challenge them because the base and the setup here in Jamaica would be more likely for them to develop. A simple maths. I mean, other people see.
Check this comment from Silburn. You said you think that football in Jamaica should be moved from a social mediator to a business, club development. School can't manage that and shouldn't take on that responsibility.
Still, Bern, I disagree with you. All over the world, school have sports teams, and those sports teams matriculate into professional teams. Some professional teams in the United States, they have the G League and the D League for basketball. So if you don't really make it through college, you can go into those league, and that is a pathway for you. What you always want to find is a pathway for talented youngsters to make it into a profession that can be televised and bring in earnings, both mostly from television and also from the gates and also from the selling of merchandise. JFF, you have to sell merchandise, plain and simple, right? And I'm saying to you that the high school level would have this, the cream would go into a professional club system. The high school level would have the next tier of players after they take off the cream and the froth, right? And in your community league now, you can kick about the ball. That's called grassroots football for recreation. And you might find some players come through the grassroots, Ethan Pinner came through the grassroots. Jamie Vardy came through the grassroots. A lot of people come through non-league football and come up to the top. So there are different pathways to get to the top. Some people start at the top and stay at the top. Some people start at the top and drop right down. So it go.
What Jairus is saying, what about joint football academies and homework centers where some go full time and others visit after school?
So how the academy system works in England, right? When you join the Chelsea Academy, they have tutors. So you're still taught, but your main focus is football.
But they have, like, is it a core, like they do the core subject areas, right?
Core subject areas.
But the main curriculum is football.
Yes. So you might do physics and chemistry and them things, but English, maths, and couple things that you do.
Computer and all of this.
Yeah, but you know, I go down in a crochet class this so and integrate it. Maybe a little science. Science actually is there because you have to learn the science of football. And then further up as they get older, they have business. So you learn the business of football. But I'm just saying, what you would then have is each club would have a number of schools attached to that
line,
club.
right?
Attached, not a line, attached.
Okay.
So that they have, let's say there's Rivoli. They would have first choice from Jonathan Grant, first choice from Jose Marti, first choice from your school, there's a coach, right? And then now, so they can take the youngsters into their team from those schools. And that's how I go. Let's all get on playing football, right? And you have to play more football. And I think Miguel Coley was wise. Maybe he has seen how it is in Qatar. I can tell you that when I went to Argentina, in just the community where I was around Rosario Central, right? When the man them call me, say to me, them all link me at 3 o'clock to come kick some ball with them. And me in my deep sleep, I hear my hotel phone a ring. And people say, 2 man downstairs. And I say, yo, after me no fish. Which man I come for me to 3 o'clock in the morning. When I look on the clock. And when they call them, say, Paco and Juan. They say, we're ready, man. We're ready. We're late. Rapido. And when we go out there, coach, you have like 10 pitches. Full size. With 10 match go on. At 3 a.m. So the match would start at 3 a.m. and finish 4:30. The next match would start 5 o'clock. You have to have a time when you switch over the field and whatever. And 5 a.m. So throughout the night and day, regular Joe Smo I play 90 minutes of big field football on a decent good field with sprinkler. And a little we call a little metal thing where we call stand where can hold a little 100 people come cheer on the wife and thing. You understand? So when I went to play, when the match done 5 o'clock, man have them briefcase and put on a shirt and tie a lie him gone a lot thing. Next man him drive bus, he put on him bus thing and he gone a work for drive bus. Couple of them man they sell yo, then gone for the black gas cell. You understand? But at the end of the day, the football was being played, and great footballers, the Apache, came out of those things. But we are nowhere near there. I mean, I thought this is not a club. It might be a club, Rosario Central or whatever. But guess what? They had scouts there throughout the night just looking for the next big thing, looking for the next talent. You understand?
Well, the problem I've also looked at her. You see this idea. I think many persons will throw this idea because they're going to come with all sort of ideologies why it won't work.
Yeah, man, I understand that.
Because what? They don't see football as something viable, you know. A
No,
matter of
no.
fact, let us move it from football. Sports is not seen as viable. Only probably a sect of society really think that sports is viable.
And the truth, but the truth is true. Sports has been the way out for many. Look at the United States in the projects. Many of the poorest youngsters, that is their way out. Them all play lacrosse, fencing, any little sport they can play to just make it out of the ghetto. There, so and not have to go in a McDonald's and work $9 or $8.50 an hour. You can work $1,000 a day. You get what I'm saying? So I am in for changing the mentality of sports. But let me tell you, change sometimes is enforced on us, you know. With the rate that we can keep doing what we're doing now, you know, and you're gonna get more slap, you know. You understand? More man a take up 9-year-old girl with knife when in the palm bail. By the way, anybody in St. Thomas in Jamaica, if you see the girl and you see the man, we take her up and call the police, because them thing, yeah. Let me use this platform for social good.
Well, Phyllis has been found, you know, she's in the hospital. But I understand that the same person would have taken another girl.
Yeah, and if we don't find him, on the bebble up, he mash them. Please and thank you, country people. So,
but one of the things I see most youngsters are using as an escape route, well, they are using the sports because many of them are talented and they see that where it is not being seen as a viable thing in Jamaica. What they do, they try as best as possible to ascertain a scholarship. And many of us might see the talented youngster and say, all right, this person is going to break through. Sometimes they don't want to break through. Sometimes all they want is to get that degree and move on.
Yes, and they must have that choice.
And
I want to say something. Pagan said the stereotype. Look here. The world don't really have a place for a done sportsman, you know.
No.
Many of the sportsmen are bright.
Yeah,
they speak 3, 4, 5 languages. I will speak 4 or 5 languages. Ronaldo, them say, which one? Somebody speak 4 or 5 languages. You have to, if you go play at Italy, you have to go learn Italian, dada. If you have to go learn Spanish. Pelota, goal. You have to go learn it. Equipo is team. You have to go learn. Somebody could bread back it down. What record me? It's somebody taking my copyrighted ideas, coach. Anyway, I just say that the day of the dumb jock, that's what they call it in America, the dumb jock, right? It's long gone. You might still have a few who are academically challenged, but in the end, you're going to get ripped off by business people. You're going to lose your millions. So you see a better way.
I was just getting.
It's Ozul. Thank you very much, King Jav. Thank you very much. Lakaku speaks 7.
I was getting some feedback from over Facebook. One person said, why should this school operate like an academy? Where in the world do you see schools operating like an academy? And just let me read it through them before you comment. What's the qualification of the coaches at the youth academy overseas compared to those at our high school level? Overseas, they coach tactical intelligence. In Jamaica, our focus is on individual brilliance. Jamaica has a lot of football teams and not too much club. corner league mentality. Big up to the persons over there on Facebook.
Oh, so we're going big now on Facebook. Big up to all the people in my Facebook live. So coach, my brain can't take the thing, because me I one of them dumb. Me I one of them fully dunce vlogger. So I have to take it one at a time, coach. So what was the first question? Okay, you confused me. Oh, school and academy. I'm saying again, a school is not an academy. So the club would have a system to take the best young players, give them the education pedagogy. Shut up. Where are you, man? These big word that cataract is choppy. You need to break it down to the people, shut up. Right? Pedagogy. And then know. So basic, the core subjects. And the most of what you will be doing would be football. Because when you come inside, you have to do classroom sessions on football. Tactics, learning about different strategies, learning about mental psychology. I don't know what they teach in there, but you do have football things, right? Learn about nutrition and how to care your body and all of those things. So the high school is not an academy. What I'm saying is that once you've taken off the best players and put them into an academy situation within a club structure, within a professional club structure, then those youngsters that are left should be given the opportunity to play a large number of games, so they know would be most academic and sport in a more balanced way, rather than those who are going along the sporting direction. Right?
Mm-hmm. And the other one is saying that what are the qualifications of the
and I said before
academy?
that they when I spoke to Mr. Speeder, and I said we have 192 schools and 96 car more and more high school build. This government have built a couple of high school too. Each should have at least a coach with a level C certification. And that coach should be paid as a senior teacher by the school, in my estimation. Same with track and field. Same with cricket. Because we have to understand that sports is integral to the development of Jamaica and its GDP. When the Reggae Boyz went to the World Cup in France, when Usain Bolt crossed the line first, when Jamaica went 1-2-2, some people don't remember that. That was our era code one time, 1-2-2. Right? Keron,
yeah, man.
Sharon Simpson.
And Shelley up front.
It was Shelley up front?
Mm-hmm.
It was Shelley? Okay. I thought it was VCB, but there you go. 1-2-2.
No,
and then we changed it now to
Keron
1-3-3.
and Simpson.
Simpson, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we did 1-2-3 with the men's 200 meters, but people don't watch that, but when we were in the Blue Ribbon event, that kind of marketing and publicity for a destination. So tourism don't exist on its own. Because tourism, those things, you can't put a value on what it does for the tourism of the country. Oh, what? Where did those three people in the yellow come from? Jamaica? Oh, let's go down there for a holiday. Yeah. Same with the same principle should apply to entertainment. People who want to sing and DJ and producers and play a sound, they should be facilitated in the school system. Don't the work can pigeonhole and box people. Everybody now gonna be lawyer, doctor, police. Cause you know what happen? You have scammer and thief and gunman.
Those are going to be saturated.
But and they're saturated.
Those fields are becoming saturated. So I mean,
but coach, you did a nice diversion and take me out at the old. Take me one talk out Ethan Pinnacle and Liam Moore.
No,
but
you can't.
All of a sudden, you said all I move on. But we want to know what is your view? How come they played full 90 minutes before? The JFF said not the player them come. I never seen none of them give a statement like how Mikel and Tony gave a statement that they injured. And right after the international break, then good again. No one left them go injured on the 6th or 7th of November, whenever that is. Again. What people feel about that?
It's yet to see.
What people feel about that?
So, are you insinuating, Sir Cataract, that They were left out.
I'm insinuating that I have a question.
You can't insinuate I have a question.
It's fishy. Inquiring minds want to know. That's how I would put it. Inquiring minds want to know. You know?
It looks away. It looks away. But I mean, with the nature, you see the thing though, Qatar. We did not know. We did not hear of the nature of the injuries. You know, that's the thing. We heard that Peanut got a knock. I heard that a door.
People knock the like button. You like Peanut got a knock and knock up the like button.
Same thing with Daniel and Liam. So it depending on the nature, the degree of the injury that they remember in a cataract, technology has improved, you know. So it takes a little time for
Coach,
these players to recover, you know.
Coach, people know I'm the coach. Coach now taking this like a media thing serious. You understand? And coach don't want people rushing.
No.
It was a nice thing that everybody don't want
No.
talk it truth.
Cataract, I'm speaking truth.
Coach,
injuries can take a lesser time to
both
recover.
Players were injured 2 weeks before.
Mm-hmm.
They recovered by the miracle of modern sports science and physiotherapy.
Thank you.
And were able to play 90 minutes for their club.
And then they got another knock.
No. They played. So each player got a knock at the 97th and 94th minute because I watched both games and there was no knock on either one of them. But they came up knocked up like our girl them knock up and pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then you're telling me somebody get abortion and then go again 2 weeks later for run out for 90 minutes.
No, but Catara, can you agree with me that the point I'm making,
Leon Bailey, we have to say,
sports science it is not that difficult for a player, depending on the nature of the injury, for them to get for them to recover. So I have to let the people know that can happen. Didn't I say that it sounds away for real? I said that initially before I start to give all the scientific evidence to attach to it, you know.
So I'm going to go to the limb.
Me have to inform the
JFM, stop take people for fool. Talk the truth and tell the truth. You're lying to the public. That's my assertion. That the Football Federation is lying, and we need to know the truth before it is too late. Because you know something, winners have plenty parents in them, but so you lose one more game and see if people start cussing again.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, say the same people where they cheer on Jesus Palm Sunday, and them one say crucify him.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, if can we bank on them to do that, Catara, to tell us the truth? Remember, they are very economical with
very economical.
Yeah, so
they budget the truth, but then the truth always comes out. You understand? The truth always comes out. So, what I told you.
So what are you suggesting, though, Qatar? That the players weren't injured or they were left out?
They were not injured. I'm suggesting that they were left out.
Okay, and it could that be a case that? Well, I don't want to attach anything to it, so let me leave that.
And it may not. I want to know that it was for what did they say about Ravel? It's for footballing reasons. By the way, when you make those statements, Coach Whitmore, I'm going to be honest, you have to say, yeah, Silburn, that the man rush until me say me must decide if me a fan or me a media. Because me can't pull up my tattoo and then I attack the player. But here me I say to you, bad man.
But Cataract, you have to really consider that, you know.
I do.
Okay. But when we talk truth, we talk truth. When we are dispel things, we dispel things. So you still have to be careful. But may I agree with you on that point. It seemed fishy. But
And Jamaica don't like fish.
there's no evidence to prove that.
There is evidence because the players play 90 minutes today. So
Well,
come out and say it to us.
that
But
was
when
after
I
the
wanted
fact.
to say to you, I wanted to say to you that
Mm-hmm,
look here, when I wanted to take a cue from Garrett Southgate.
mm-hmm.
When he's leaving a player out for footballing reasons, he says, look, my friend, Eric Dyer. It's my general in the dressing room. He's a vibes man. Eric Dyer build the vibes in the England dressing room. But Eric, I already have a 4 central defensive midfielders. And therefore I can't take you because Rice and the Jamaican lad, they match up well. And when either one of them, the player that I huffed from Jamaica, I can bring in Jordan Henderson. And then now there's James Ward-Prowse, who's a dead ball specialist. So you have to go all as it. So the footballing reason is explained to the public. You can't use just loose terms like that.
Yeah, but
I'm not suggesting that the player can recover in 2 days. Clive Smith said it. Nowhere on either Brentford or Reading's website was there any news of any injury to either Liam Moore or Ethan Pinnock.
And Qatar,
and they generally have to report those things.
Well, I know.
Particularly for the betting public.
There is a particular website, and that person is also on Twitter, that has the latest on every single injured player. That's how I found out that Pinnock had a hip issue, and it was a 50-50 chance for him to play, and whatever. So nothing is hiding, because once a player is hurt, you see it pop up on my phone, and there's a list, a plethora of players that are shown as injured the day that they will be coming back. All around the world. So it's not only the English league, right across the leagues. So nothing has been hidden, nothing at all.
The final thing is that I want to challenge Shatter the Robot, because when I came and I saw the back end of a match and a player named Haaland, H-A-A.
Haaland,
Norwegian, 21 years old, 70 goals in 68 appearances.
Or is it 40 games, 40
70 goals
I
in
saw it.
68 appearances. Go check it out.
Hold on, it did pop up on me something. I'm certain that I saw 40, but I'm not challenging you right now.
Shatter. There's another 21-year-old who you hype up. Over to you.
The AI must got something, man. Because we don't see my comment for a while.
Plug in to get some juice.
Or my reboot or something.
Reboot. Yeah, but coach, we are hype up some our player them and coaching already. 21-year-old and you score. You're the best striker in the world. We have to stop the hyping. We have to stop the hyping. Shatter, no. You said that Tyreek McGree is the truth, the gem, the whatever. And I'm saying to you that there are 21-year-olds around the world who are doing shit that's off the chart. Yes, and what I'm saying, Silburn Reed, is that Shatter's been telling us that Tyreek McGee is such a once-in-a-lifetime player.
He's saying that Haaland is rare.
Tyreek McGee is an okay baller. Okay.
You know what I would say to that though, Cataract. You
I
see
heard
that.
Andre. Is it true? I will have to watch Simon. I heard that Andre Blake might be off to England. I'm going to. You have any? You
Yeah,
picked up any
man.
rumblings?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Where
man.
where where have you picked up rumblings? And
I've not heard the club, but we hear some talks going on. We hear some talks about Juna Flemings as well.
yeah, but
So
Judah Fleming's now. Is it League One or is it League Two?
that's
League On or League Don?
it sounds like League
Lex.
Door. It sounds
Right.
League Door.
The man no come running here, so like people have links all about to them. Like people have links. League Don is like the USL Don. Okay? My brother, don't make it look my man, there are frauds on the top. Nope. So let us know if it's League On.
Yeah, man, a
That's what I'm saying.
League Door.
And with it's like me said, boy, cataract down, Spain got play. Me a big song, me a tour, and me a play in a one bar. You understand, coach?
Mm-hmm.
To 20 people. Come on. But I want to say this. I'm interested to see where Andre Blake lands. As
Yeah.
I see if it is it, but you say I had nothing on it. I'm gonna have to check my other sources whether it's a championship or Premier League. Because them say England.
Yeah.
Remember, England have non-league football too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
So we want to know what go on.
Yeah. So I think we're gonna wrap up now because I got a message from coach. Him say him data did act up. So
I thought they had oil money in a Kuwait.
Hmm?
Coach Coley. I think they have oil money, Arab money in a Kuwait.
Yeah, man. But remember, say oil money, you know, Qatar.
If you own a satellite, coach.
Oil money no stop signal from transfer.
Yeah, man. If you have own a satellite, man, you see them man in a whole black Benz, the whole convoy of black Benz, and they have the big satellite phone, man, making
They
those
said,
oil deals.
Rob Smith is saying it's QPR. So
One bro,
championship.
God, League Two is not better than every league in England. You must say mad.
Who said that?
Rob Smith.
Miles ahead.
Championship for our goalkeeper. Okay.
Not bad.
Gonna watch BMF. You know what's BMF? Bayern Munich football. Jason Ferrer, I don't know. Big up the whole team, Cataract, in the building.
Yeah, man.
Stacy and Air Consultant. Big up yourself, lady.
Man, Stacy, big up yourself.
Give coach a link, you know, come I might be flying in, you know. I would love to make up a link, you know, the whole, or the chop, you know, the whole Fort Lauderdale. So give coach a link. You understand?
Yeah, man. One big up yourself for that sticker there, you know. £5 from England. So people, there you have it. It was a premature end to the interview. Like Qatar come around it, coach.
No, but the word quota. That's like kryptonite. Yeah. That's like kryptonite to anybody that does their program. People that's tomorrow 1:30 TVJ. Cataract live in the building. You understand? I know it says the Orange People Conference, so you can listen in, you know. But Cataract sound in the building. Top of shot. Likewise.
Yeah, man. So people respect our manners. Thanks to Coach Coley for passing through. Mannings, man. Cataract. Cranky. Alex was on earlier. Who else did that? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Big up to every single person who took the time out to, you know, latch on to the comment section. Those who weren't able to comment, but you're watching or you're listening because you're on a long journey, or you just decide to put it up on your big screen TV, you know, and watch it. Hey, Cataract. Boy, I've been trying what the hell up on the big screen there. You know, look bad enough.
Style and flavor.
Yeah. So big up people. Of course, you know, tomorrow is gonna be the end.
No, people.
Of the weekend
triple treat. Orange shirt. Don't try that pink shirt, pagan. What's the topic tomorrow? Elaine Livingston. Elaine, mama, you're coming too late, man. You have to give coach it link and give coach the info and we'll make you know what go on.
Coach, I miss that one. It's nice to get no soup. We say, shut us X beside the bell. Anyways, this is not a political platform, so big up on yourself. Thanks again for tuning in, people. Always appreciate the time that you take to stay on the stream, to be informed with a little entertainment. That's what we do. Edutainment, you know what I mean? So big up yourself again. Thanks for tuning in. Of course, you know, style and flavor. You know what I mean? Enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll definitely see you tomorrow for the final night of the weekend's TripleTreat.
Keep the peace.
Safe. Yeah, man.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.